That will be our next step. Then we'll obviously advertise at the current polling locations, get information out to the voters, and post in both locations, new and old, once that is approved by council.
Okay, so when you say that you will advertise on legal organ, there's no public location, public type of meeting, special meeting for this at all? It's just
No, we are required by law, OCGA 21.2.265, to advertise for 2 consecutive weeks.
Okay.
With the intent to change the polling location.
Yeah, no public hearing is what I get.
That's
not
correct.
needed for that. Okay.
It's a good idea if you have members that are present that want to speak to it at that time, but it is not required as a public hearing.
Because you all are going to adopt it by ordinance, because in your charter, you currently have 3 polling places. This will expand it to 10.
I guess you got to come to the mic there, sir, please.
Yes. So, and what will happen is when you all approve this resolution, when it comes back to you all, it will come back as an ordinance, and it'll be an election ordinance, which increases and changes what's currently in your charter from 3 precincts to 10 precincts, and it'll align for the city residents to be able to vote at the county precincts, but some will be out of the district and out of the city, but you'll be able to get one ballot that the Secretary of State's office is going to approve and the Attorney General is going to approve. Once this is done, that will allow for you to get one ballot, which will have the county and if there are federal things on that ballot, but it'll also have the city stuff on that ballot as opposed to them leaving to have to go back to the city to get just a city ballot.
Sounds like to streamline everything for us.
Yes, so that there won't be an undue burden on the voters.
All right. Matt, go ahead.
I
Ms.
just wanted to
go ahead,
cite
Ms.
some
Holiday.
of the numbers. I just wanted to cite some of the numbers. But first, let me go ahead and cite these numbers. So as it is now, we have 3 polling locations. We have Red Oak, we have Stockbridge First United Methodist, and we have the Merle Manders Conference Center.
Okay.
For example, individuals voting at Hickory, what is it called? Hickory Flat. They would have to travel 6.2 miles. They would vote for their county, state, or federal on that ballot, and then have to travel to the Merle Manders Conference Center, which is 6.2 miles away, and vote on election day. This takes care of that. They will be able to vote with one ballot at one location, not even 2 voting machines as we currently have it in some of them. One ballot, one location on election day.
Outstanding.
So of course, early voting, you can vote throughout the county.
Right.
But this remedies the issues that we were having on election day for the Henry County voters.
Outstanding. Okay, Council, you have questions? Yeah. Go ahead. Mr. Alexander, go ahead.
No, I just want to stand up and give Ms. Holiday and the whole team a round of applause because this is so much leaning forward, cutting edge for what we're doing. Probably be one of the first cities in the state to even possibly have this be the case because there's a number of municipalities that are facing this same direction. Though, Hickory Flat, that's a precinct that's in my area. It's the Tabernacle of Praise. That certainly is very convenient to residents who live in the south end of Stockbridge, certainly Flippin Elementary. So many, we've been, as a council, have endeavored to increase voter participation and access. That's exactly what this does, taking 3 polling places to 10. So, round of applause.
And I'll stand for that as well, okay? Good job. There you go.
Thank you. I must say this. This was a collaborative effort.
Okay.
I need to thank my city manager. There were numerous phone calls,
Okay.
emails, Zoom calls, research, law, lookup. We needed to thank Dr. Harris from the Secretary of State's office. We have to thank Ms. Glenn, who is actually leaving the Henry County Elections Office and going to work for Fulton County. But her due diligence and working with the Henry County GIS and Mapping Department.
Okay.
Ms. Amika Banks, the director for Henry County Elections, the county attorney, there were, even Rushi Patel down at GMA. There were a number of people who put their hands in this to make this happen for Henry County voters, and I want to thank them as well.
Outstanding. Will do. Outstanding.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Blunt.
Ms. Holiday, on election day for the city of Stockbridge, will
Yes.
because they're gonna be voting in that district, would they be able to go to either or location?
They will be assigned a specific district, a specific, excuse me, polling location. They will be assigned a polling location and receive new polling cards from the Secretary of State's office.
Because as I look at it, I'm looking at the districting map on polling places for each district, which makes it obviously a lot easier in certain districts than others. I'm looking at mine in particular. Both polling places are actually outside my district.
All of District 5 is outside of the district. This is, the county decides on the polling places, and then we are using their polling places for the municipal elections. Because before, everyone in all of the outside districts would have to travel to the Merle Manders Conference Center.
Yeah, but before, as far as my district, it wouldn't have hurt for District 3 to also be included over in 42.
There's not a Henry County polling location.
But I'm saying, but you all have it as a polling location on it.
No, there was not a polling precinct already in that area. We used what Henry County already had.
What I'm saying is, you have a polling area on 1640 Georgia Highway 42. Why didn't you just include District 3 there?
Those voters are assigned by Henry County, not by us. The map and the district maps draws all of that out. Now, this is to move forward with this, but when we bring it back to be voted on, we can have the county speak to how those lines were drawn and how the voters were placed in each of the different districts.
Okay. All right. I just think
We're actually like piggybacking onto the already
but that's fine.
established
But for
council
me, my request
county
is
districts.
that polling position be open for District 3.
What
also.
I would
If that's going to be a recommendation.
Yes, what I would suggest is that we ask the county if they want to expand the county polling locations, and then we could tag on to that.
Well, and that's the way the confusion comes in with me. You're not expanding it for District 3 if you already have a polling area here. So I'm trying to understand, you're saying expand, but it's already in existence, so I don't understand.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
I'm not understanding you keep saying, using the word expand.
I mean, add an additional polling precinct that may already be in the district. Right now, we are using what is current.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You only had one previously, now you got two, at least.
If I could finish, using the current, what we have in front of us, at 1642, since I have two precincts that are not in my district as it is, I would like to see District 3 used at 1640, Georgia Highway 42. I don't see a single district of voting in District 3.
Your question again is you would like to see, go ahead, I'm sorry. You would like to see,
You understand what I'm saying?
I don't.
I think you want to make sure that the ballots that are in the precincts nearest your district have your name on them.
Yes.
We don't assign those to count.
But that's what I'm saying. If we're able to make those and request those provisions, because as of it stands with this, because we talked about global impact. Right. And I thought that we was going to move forward with that.
We can't. The county has to be the one.
But where do they get the suggestions from?
Well,
no, hold on. These already existed. None of these are new. None of these are new. These precincts already existed. What happened with the annexation in January, we now have residents who reside in these areas that have been added. They were county polling places. But now we have city residents, and now those city residents will be able to vote at the same county place that they already participate in.
I got that. Then it goes back to my original question. The other two polling places are not in my district. Why couldn't we request that another one then be set, not in my district, but they have the option to go to this one right here at 1640 Georgia Highway 42? I'm trying to figure out, you're not understanding what I'm saying?
He's saying.
We
Excuse me
have
just
no
a second.
control
Let me
of that. That's the secretary. We don't draw those lines.
Just ask them if we could, that's all.
Yeah,
Right.
we would certainly ask.
I like that what Mr. Garner, what you
He
said, Mr.
just
Garner?
said, if we would, please ask them and make that request.
Yeah, the balloting issue that we talked about. You want to make
Yeah.
sure that the ballots, you want to make sure that the area closest to your district, that all the residents closest to your district can go vote and your name will be on the ballot.
Yeah, because if you come from that area over there, Highway 1640, and coming all the way over to the other side, it's 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. So why wouldn't it be also a polling place for the ones over for District 3 over on the Eagles Landing side?
And I think that's what we're going to
That's what they're currently doing.
Well, that's what we're going to make sure is done when they do the ballots, when the ballots get coded, and also they send the voter registration card from the Secretary of State to the individual. It should have where they should vote, and that would be the areas that he's assuming.
It was the same issue I brought up to you. Remember when they said that none of those were in that district?
Right.
But, and if you let me. Yeah, Councilmember Blunt, so yes, I mean, we could ask, obviously, the county if they can add one more voting precinct for that district that's closer. Eventually, what should happen is when they open up for new precincts, the one location I think that's amenable to that district would be Global Impact will be in your district and probably could be a voting precinct in the
I'm not
Jackson.
talking about down the road. I'm talking about
Down the road,
November.
but right now, yes, we could make that request to Henry County and see what they say. Yes, sir.
I don't know about the timeline on that, but what that does, Councilman Blunt, is all those members who are currently assigned to another precinct right now, and if they change, that means you would have to go and reconfigure all of those people who will no longer be voting at those precincts to now come to this particular precinct. So that's a time, I don't know about the time for this year's election to make that happen.
And that's fine, but I just wish that whatever we request and whatever we do, whatever's in our powers, that that efforts would have been made to make that happen.
Yeah, we'll call them and ask them. We're just calling them.
Yeah, but making those provisions is a moot point at this point.
No, so here's where we are, right? Where we are is we're making the advertisement that polling places are going to change, and these are what the polling places that are proposed to change are.
Okay.
Right? At that point, it will ultimately come back to you all, because until you vote, we just have those three.
So-
What I'm proposing is that we just get on the phone and call and see if we can get your question answered from the Henry County Board of Elections as to how they're going to send up the information to the Secretary of State about balloting for the municipal races, especially assuming the districts that they will have. But I'm assuming that the GIS maps that they will have of y'all's districts will put people having ballot access to the stuff closest to them because they're voting outside of districts. Like in Councilman Alexander's district, there are no precincts in his district. They're gonna all be voting in the county, and they're going to have his name on the ballot there. So I'm assuming your situation will be handled about like that. And then as we look forward about changing, because of the districts and all that stuff, as we look forward about seeing about getting precincts, additional precincts in the county and the city that will match up to where they would be able to vote, which is, I think, the ultimate hope, is that they will be able to, each district member would be able to have precincts in their district that would also be county districts, but there would also be county polling locations that they'd be able to vote in. But that's still going to be, as Ms. Holliday was saying, beyond this election cycle.
And may I speak to the immediate, what the immediate need was when we were putting this together? When we annexed in those 6,667 residents, they were in the county, and they were assigned to county polling locations, not the city of Stockbridge, where they now are able to vote in the municipal election. However, they had no precincts in the city. So all of this was to make sure that those new voters had a location to go to and be able to vote in the municipal election. That was the immediate need. We can look to additional things that we can do, but that was really the immediate need.
Understand.
Just to follow up, we was talking about, because then we're dealing with two separate situations, because when we talked about new polling places, these are some things that came up in our districts. So when this came out and when this was presented, it's different from that, but what you're saying making sense, I'm okay with that. But we were talking two different things. We were talking about what we wanted polling areas in our own districts versus existing polling areas for new residents. We're
Ms.
talking
Blunt,
two
I
different
understand what you're
things.
saying, and this would be, what you're speaking to would be similar to what we did. If you'll recall, initially, we had one polling location. We added Red Oak, and we added Stockbridge First United Methodist Church. That would be in that realm. But it takes time. It took us 2 years for that to happen. It's not an easy fix because we have to reassign voters. So we certainly have that on the radar.
Okay.
Yes, what Mr. Gardner was saying was that voters were going to, and I think Quentin spoke to this, voters were going to 2 different polling places on election day.
Right.
That is what we consider to be an undue burden.
Right, you consolidate too, so you consolidate so they go to one
Yes.
location. Ms. Barber, go ahead, please.
Ms. Holliday, when you go back and make your request of adding additional precincts, please add District 4 to Hickory Flat. I live closer to Hickory Flat. But yet, I guess I'm gonna have to travel across town. So that is an undue burden for my side of my subdivision. So I know that Councilman Alexander represents the other side of Lakeside subdivision. Obviously, those residents on that side of the street will be voting at Hickory Flat, but the ones on my side, I don't know, where are we going?
Well, there's a number there, and there's also one at Miller's Mill
Okay.
for District 4.
Well, for the residents and the homeowners of Lakeside subdivision,
I cannot guarantee, I can make the
I
request.
know you can't guarantee.
Right,
When you
we
make the
can make the
request,
request,
please
certainly.
ask that District 4 be added to Hickory Flat as well.
Okay, and Councilman
Because
Blunt.
I'm sure that's where they had been going. Is that a new polling
Hickory Flat
place?
is not new, but there are already voters assigned to Hickory Flat. They would
Okay.
have to reassign.
So I don't know where these residents were voting before. So at least we want to keep them where they were voting, both sides of the street. We need to look at Lakeside as one whole subdivision, although there are 2 different city council representatives. It's one whole subdivision, so wherever you have those residents of Lakeside assigned to vote, both sides of the street should have the same access, wherever
Okay.
they voted before.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay, thank you. Let me be clear. There has been no change to county, state, or federal polling locations. Those voters that you're speaking about were already voting in their county location. All we're doing is allowing them to now vote for their municipal elections at that same precinct.
I understand, but you mentioned about the undue burden. That's why I mentioned, please, when you make the request, please make sure that District 4 is looked at as well,
Okay,
if Hickory Flat can be also added.
so the request is to add District 4
Thank you.
voters to Hickory Flat. And then Councilman Blunt, your request is if we can ask the county to add Red Oak, Global as a county polling precinct and city polling precinct to include District 3. Is that correct? Do I have that right? Councilman Blunt?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional?
No, another question. So you need a motion, is that correct?
We do need a
Okay,
motion.
so council need a motion so they can go forward with this resolution?
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
one other comment real quick. As it was indicated, none of these are in my district. I have no polling locations inside my district boundaries, and that was kind of one of the things that we looked at. And then, as you said earlier, this is a win for our citizens because they don't have to go to two different places in order to vote. And understanding that what has really happened here is before all of us had one precinct. So we all have more than that moving forward. And so on those grounds, I certainly make a motion to approve with the request from Mr. Blunt and with the request from Ms. Mayor Pro Tem Barber.
Okay, is there a second? Ms. Barber, second that. All in favor, please indicate. See, now, thank you, Thank you, clerk. Thank you, Mr. Washington. We will move on. We have the consent agenda, ladies and gentlemen, and two items there. Item number 3, council consideration to approve the purchase of 250 Mueller AME water meters from Waterworks Incorporated for the Dimate Town Home Development in the amount of $63,615. Funding source will be SPLOST funds, as well as item number 4, council consideration to approve the contract renewal of invitation to bid, ITB, for number 16 RFP 101216DRR American Tank Maintenance, LLC, full service tank maintenance program in the amount of $61,419. Funding source is from the Water Department budgeting funds. And Mr. Aaron is before us for this. Yes, sir.
Sir, on the consent agenda, there is no discussion. They just vote. We just vote.
The motion to vote, that's correct.
Right. So these doesn't have to make a presentation unless somebody requests one. We can just
Right,
vote.
is that correct?
Right.
So I need a motion.
Motion. So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Mr. Blunt, second. All in favor, please indicate. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's passed unanimously. New business. Council consideration to increase the FY 2024 sanitation fee from $17.34 a month to $22 a month and build annually an amount of $264 on the Henry County tax statement. Mr. Aaron, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council. Come before you tonight to ask for your approval to increase the sanitation fees because the budget is showing that if we do not, we will be running a shortfall in the sanitation budget because of the ongoing increases from GFL and our disposal. They're allowed to add a CPI every year in their contract, so the CPI can be anywhere from 0 to 5%, so it's averaged about 3%. So every year the cost of our collection and disposal has increased around about $60,000. So every year it increases by about $60,000. And also sanitation disposal costs are going up across the region. And we just want to ensure that this service pays for itself. We've checked with providers that are providing services in the private sector that they can contract with. GFL has an initial rate of $26.50 per month. Also, they charge the residents $47 to receive a cart, which the city does not do. Cycle Works, which has over 500 of the annex residents, charge an average of $30.33 a month. And Clean Earth is another one that we found that has some of the customers, they charge an average of $25 a month. So we just want to make sure that the service pays for itself.
Okay, questions, council? Go ahead, please, Mr. Alexander.
Basically, we have been absorbing that cost. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, we have been.
So
supplementing
we
the
have
cost.
not raised the rate, we have been absorbing that cost. Everybody understand that with the inflationary times that we're in right now, that the price on everything has gone up. And I hear this every day from constituents outside the city who are saying they're paying, $30, $35, way above what we're paying. And your recommendation is for 2022, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So that still would be $8 cheaper, basically. And what I'm seeing is might be the average of what people are paying who live outside the city. So it certainly is a incentive for people to come inside the city because of these rates. And the one thing about it, I want to make sure that we're emphasizing our service that we provide. not only do we provide trash collection, we provide recycling. Many of these providers just charge the price that you described only for trash collection.
Yes,
And then on top of that, we have yard debris, limb pickup, and then we have free bulk pickup too, correct?
yes, up to 3
None of
items per
these
week.
other services who charge more than we charge, an exorbitant amount. This one service is $8. I think you described even more than that. But they don't offer the limbs. They don't offer the bulk. So what we're doing, I certainly think that we got to be. So this will balance our books, is what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay, certainly we want to be in a position where we can balance the books and then some, and not create a deficit, because we have, and the council should pat themselves on the back, because in these inflationary times, we have ate that increase, which was due to the city, because we know that citizens were under so much pressure during the pandemic that they couldn't afford that. So we did everything that we could to save them money during the pandemic.
Outstanding. Any other comments from the council?
Yes.
Mr. Blunt, go ahead, please.
Mr. Aaron, what type of costs were we incurring that we wasn't breaking even for the services provided? Because I don't have reason I'm saying that, because I've yet to see anything come to this council showing that we're falling short because of these services. And when we talked about these services, we also talked about outside carriers that are using our transfer station, and how does all that stuff work? So what kind of costs are we're biting the bullet on to raise these rates?
We're noticing increases in the disposal costs and the collection costs as well. Like I say, GFL contract allows them every year, they can increase their rates based on the consumer price index. That can be from 0%, they choose not to include it, or up to 5%. Same for Lamar County, where we take our waste where for final disposal. So they've been implementing the CPI every year, which is allowable in the contract, and the city has not. The city does not have an annual CPI like the disposal and the collection does. So every year, by the fact that they're implementing the CPI, it increases our cost. So it's averaging about $65,000 every year that we're gonna notice an increase. And then you're taking on 2,000 customers. We have 8,200 customers, so you're adding about 25% more customers, and so that's going to increase your disposal cost by at least 25%. We're projecting around 35%, because now you're going to have people that get bulk waste pickup and yard waste pickup. So those things were not accounted for like this year. We'll provide starting next Monday, providing sanitation service to those annex residents. So we're going to have to foot the cost for the increased disposal costs, because that was not budgeted for. So
You use an acronym, CPI. What's that? CPI?
consumer price index. So that's the annual rate of inflation that most entities use.
So when they did when they was doing the increase, are they able to do an increase every year? Or
Yes,
is it,
in May, annually.
so the increments of those increases,
Is typically.
see, I'm saying it's interesting when we have the increment and increase in one area and we don't do something in our area, and then we come and say, hey, they've got several up on us, we need to do something about it, and then the jump is higher because, I'm saying, I had no idea that we was in a place that, and I don't know if the other council members do, but I didn't know we was in a place where we was losing money at the rate where we were that we're at now.
But see, the thing that triggered it, like I said, when we started working on budget, is like, okay, we started looking at the numbers. So we're gonna have a 25% increase in disposal costs. And disposal costs are constantly going up at the landfills because there are new requirements from EPA and EPD as far as monitoring requirements, disposal requirements, and things of that nature that, the vendor, they're not gonna eat those costs, they're gonna pass them on to us, so.
Council, any other questions? Ms. Barber, go ahead, please.
Mr. Aaron, earlier this year, the council approved extending the current provider. Can you hear me now? Okay, Mr. Aaron, earlier this year, the council approved a renewal of the current provider's contract. Was that for 1 year or 2 years?
It was for 1 year.
Okay, this is where competitive bidding is important. We didn't know what to expect as far as the market. We didn't know that there would be an increase. However, when these suppliers are required to competitively bid their contracts, then we can go with the best cost for us. But now, here we are, having to accept an increase that none of us knew about. But had it been competitively bidded, we would have known. That's all.
But one of the things we got to keep in mind, for-profit companies, like when fuel go up, a lot of things, they have a fuel surcharge. For-profit companies they're not in business to take a loss. They're going to pass it on to us in surcharges and other things. So if they're allowed to implement the CPI, whether we had GFL or some other company, they're going to do those because their goal is to ensure that they make a profit. And so whether we bid it out or not, it does not guarantee that we're going to get lower rates because everybody is in business. That's how they stay in business. They can't afford to take a loss. But the city, we're doing it. We're not doing it to make money. We're doing it to make sure it pays for itself. And that's the city's goal. It's not to stash a lot of money and saying overcharging people or whatever. We're just trying to pass the cost along of what it costs us to the residents and not we got to supplement it because then that means you got to pull money from somewhere to supplement those costs.
Yeah, I understand that, but competitively bidding it requires the suppliers to compete for the contract. So they would give us their best price. It is our responsibility to make sure that we're getting best price for the best quality of work and services. So now this is just being dropped in our lap, and we have no choice. But if it is competitively bidded, we can actually compare proposals, but we don't have that choice. That's all.
Mr. Blunt, go ahead, please.
Mr. Aaron, thank you for explaining that. Whether it's a contracted business or any contracted business that has an increase, the thing that concerns me is that during these CPI increases, that we never moved with them. When the county does an increase on water, we move with them because we want to keep everybody in uniform with the rates. That's the only thing that's getting me with this. When they did their increase, we didn't move with them, and now I have no idea. But contractually, they could do it every year, and so we're at a point now where it's going to be I guess roughly $4.66 more a month on each resident, something like that. But if we're at a point where the services are being provided and that, for what I'm understanding, it still is a competitive rate pertaining with the surrounding vendors. So, I mean, this is where we're at. I just don't like using something to justify something when that's something that we're using we wasn't aware of. I wasn't aware of these increments until now that we could go into. We have to cover and surplus the amounts that wasn't being provided. That's my take on it.
Well, we could going forward whenever the company implements the CPI, we do it accordingly so that we stay on par with what they're charging. At
least give us that choice because now we get to a point where we have to do it versus if we want to do it. But now to a point where it's getting so high, if they've implemented the CPIs on several times, and we definitely don't want to make that gap too wide, and the cities end up, pulling in now more costs for that. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
At least we get something to say, something to the council saying where we're going with their rate increases, and we got to keep up before we start taking too big of a loss.
Yes. I would send a letter that they send us to the city manager explaining the CPI and when they implement it. It's typically in May, so I will send that to him going forward to disseminate to everybody.
Mr. Alexander, go ahead, please.
No, I'm just prepared to make a motion
Okay.
to move
All right,
forward.
if there are no other comments, go ahead, please.
I make a motion to, as recommended by staff, to implement the new sanitation rate.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Okay, once again, is there a second?
So this is due to the county June 1st, so whether we're the old rate or the new rate to go on the tax bill, so,
All right. Right now, it seems
It's,
like
it's due to the county June 1st?
yes, sir.
Isn't that like day after tomorrow?
that's
Yes.
correct.
We got to vote on it today?
Well, I would think so.
So if we don't vote on it today, then there's an increase to take the hit for the city. So was this brought to us prior to today?
We'll just supplement it like we have
It's
previously.
gonna be in the negative if we don't, so we got to.
I'm saying, was this brought to us prior to today? Was this?
No, because like I said, when we started preparing our budget and things like this when this number stood out to us. It's like, this is something we can't absorb.
But you said they implemented it in May. They implement the CPI in May?
Yeah, May of every year. But this is, like I say, we're adding additional customers. That's going to increase what we pay for disposal. So our budget previously wasn't built on that. Our budget was built on 8,200 customers. Now we're talking about 10,200 customers.
Well, see, this goes back to what I've been saying. I'm only speaking for myself. You know, we set up a scenario with provisions to provide if it happens. We have this in place if it doesn't happen. We continue to react to this big number of customers coming to the city like it probably couldn't have happened. When we could have been proactive and just keep things flowing. I just don't like being reactive when we find ourselves having to make a decision because it's 2 days before it expires, and that handcuffs us. That handcuffs us to say, now you got to make it happen. We can't continue to be reactive like this annexation wasn't going to happen. Like it was 100% wasn't going to happen, because when it happened, we didn't make enough provisions to have parameters in place to suffice what needs to be done, and that really concerns me. I'm just continuing to seeing that, and that really concerns me. They came in January the 1st, and we're like we didn't believe it was going to happen. We have to have parameters in place, but that's where we're at.
All right, any other comments? Motion's on the floor, but to have them get a second. And so if we don't get a second, this doesn't,
I'll second, Mayor.
okay. Mr. Blunt seconded the motion. Any additional comments? Motion's been made. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. All opposed?
I will abstain and
Okay,
add
301.
a comment.
301. Okay, your comment is?
I'm abstaining.
Yes. go
I
ahead.
don't like things like this being dropped in my lap, forcing me to make a decision. I understand it's necessary to increase the rate. I get it. That's all.
Thank you.
Mayor, could I have one additional comment?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know where the communication failure was, but Mr. Aaron has come to that podium and told us, like he told us with the water rates, that the rate was going up. So did you come to the podium and tell us, like you did the water rates, that these rates that because we've been eating that increase the last 3 years, right?
And we're going to eat it for 6 months when it comes to the increased disposal costs for these residents that we start providing sanitation services to.
I think, again, I
Next week.
think this council, what we did, in my opinion, speaking for myself, is that during the pandemic, we did not want to hit residents with an increase because folks were struggling. So I thought that was our rationale behind eating those costs, because people were already struggling. But I don't know how I was aware that these increases were coming because we were eating them each year, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next item. Number 6, council consideration to increase FY 2024 stormwater fees as follows. Base rate Tier 1 single-family resident from $7.59 to $7.97. Impervious rate Tier 1 single-family residential from $29.99 to $31.49. Base rate Tier 2 single-family residential from $7.59 to $7.97. That's dollars, by the way. Impervious rate, Tier 2, single-family residential from $59.98 to $62.98. Base rate, non-single-family residential, 20,000 square feet from $7.59 to $7.97. Impervious rate, non-single-family residential, 20,000 square feet from $299.90 to $314.90. The total overall proposed fee increase from $307.49 to $322.87, or a 4.76% increase. Mr. Aaron, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council. We're coming tonight requesting that we be allowed to increase the stormwater fees. Our MS4 permit requires us every year to inspect and repair over 25% of our stormwater infrastructure. Prior to the annexation, we had over 15,000 identified stormwater structures. And so as we added these 90 plus miles of new streets and territories, so we got to incorporate that into our database so that we're compliant with our MS4 permit. So that's going to require us to go out and map and identify all these stormwater infrastructure within the areas that we just obtained, as well as our own infrastructure, and update it. So we're asking for the increase so that we'll have the funding available to pay for these services of identifying and inspecting and repairing and maintaining all this infrastructure that we currently have, that our permit requires us to maintain.
Good, thank you. Council, Ms. Alexander, go ahead, please.
I just want to make sure that I understand. So, I mean, the water is separate from this, where Henry County Water maintains the water and sewer. This is, the stormwater system obviously is separate from that. But all over into like my areas, even where we don't have any, that infrastructure belongs to the city, is
Yes.
what you're saying.
All the drains and ditches and pipes and inlets and outlets and all of that is maintained by the city. We have to inspect 25% of all our stormwater infrastructure every year. And every 5 years, you have to complete 100% inventory and inspection and repair and maintenance of your stormwater.
So are we
infrastructure.
collecting that from builders and developers? We're collecting those fees? How competitive is our fees?
Yes.
With this, with the stormwater fees, as far as the commercial side is concerned with these new businesses?
Ours are below Henry County, what their stormwater fees are. We're competitive with McDonough and Hampton and Locust Grove. But like I said,
What are the numbers? Do you have the numbers where Henry County is and where we is? So the numbers are helpful for competitiveness to see where we are.
I don't compare their numbers. Here's why: because all of us have different needs. Henry County has different stormwater infrastructure and needs than the city of Stockbridge.
But when somebody comes into the city and they're trying to decide whether to annex in or not, they're going to look at those rates to see
But our
whether we
fees are lower than Henry County Water Authority.
But how?
Henry
But
County,
do you know what they are?
I don't have that information with me,
Okay.
but I can send that to you tomorrow. But our rates are lower than Henry County. And like I say, this is part of what the state requires us to do with our inspections and all of that. Every new builder that comes in, every new lot that's built and approved, they pay a stormwater fee that if they come in after the taxes has been assessed, the tax notices have gone out, we send them an invoice for the sanitation fees and the stormwater fee.
Mr. Gardner, can you come to the podium? Now, it's all over the news about these stormwater fees. I think DeKalb County is, doing something different where they're looking at their fees. Certainly other jurisdictions are too. We're in the middle of a growth surge all over the county and in the city. We have to be, I need to know what these numbers are so that we can compare, because on the commercial side, all these residents are complaining about the commercial growth, but when the commercial growth comes, they got to pay their fair share. I believe Henry County did increase their fees significantly so that these developers would eat some of that cost, because they're gaining the windfall and then they're going to leave. As most residents say, they're going to build and then they're going to be gone. So when they build and they're gone, they need to leave their their funding behind in order to help sustain us. So when was the last time we raised the commercial rates?
I think it was 2018 is the last time we raised. Whenever we had that retreat in Decatur, the thing might have been 18 or 19. That's when we raised it.
Right.
But the commercials are paying their fair share. They're paying their share.
I know that, but if we haven't, now trust me, it's 2018 and we just went through the record inflation for the entire country. Everybody has raised their rates. I know Henry County just did. We got to look at, because our residents, we don't want to keep looking at the residents first. We need to be looking at these businesses who are coming in, they're impacting us, they're gain. Like you say, they're for profit. Some of that for profit need to be going back to us. So I don't want to be necessarily significantly less than Henry County, especially on the commercial side. No, I don't. I want to be right there where they are on the commercial side, because in this growth space, the value is in just being in this area, not necessarily in the county or in the city. They're going to pay it because they want to be here. So, Mr. Gardner, talk about us getting us this information that we need to be very competitive, because with the new development we just approved in District 4, new developments coming all over the place, people annexing in. We got to get what we deserve and our just due when these people come to the counter.
Push it back.
Then it'll go next year. Then it'll be next year.
No, we could find the information tonight, provide it tonight, and we get on,
It's-
Councilman Alexander, if you allow for us not to vote on this item, move it to the back of the agenda. We're gonna try to research those numbers and get them to you before tonight's meeting.
So otherwise, you're requesting this to be moved to the
end of the
end of the item.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then between this time, you'll be able to get some
We're gonna
additional
try to see if
information that he's
we could put
requesting.
together those numbers real quick for you.
And of
All right,
course,
so-
that's not just up to me.
Well, I
but
was going to ask for a motion or council, you agree to move this item to the end of the agenda for further discussion? We good here on this side? So, okay. All in favor? Okay. From Alexander to Blunt, Blunt made a motion, I second. Mr. Alexander, all in favor? Indicate, okay, good deal. So we'll move this agenda item down to after number 10 before we get into announcements. All right. We'll move on. Council consideration approved the renewal of the landscape maintenance services contract with Yellowstone Landscape in an amount of $327,216. Funding source from Government Buildings Department and Amphitheater budgeted funds. Mr. Aaron, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council. The initial contract with Yellowstone was approved by council on September 28, 2021 for 1 year with the option to renew for 4 one-year renewal periods with options at the city's sole discretion. So the contract expires September 30th, 2023. Staff is asking that Mayor and Council extend the contract with Yellowstone for an additional year.
Okay, thank you. Question, Mr. Blunt, go ahead, please.
Mr. Aaron, are you okay with what their work and everything they're doing?
Yes, they've been responsive to the requests we've made. They've been timely with it, and they've done a wonderful job for us. I haven't had any issues with it.
Well, if council approval, I'd like to so move. Mr.
Okay, so you made a motion.
No, he's, so he has.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead. Mr. Thomas.
And I'm glad Councilman Blunt asked a question about the approval of that work, because I just read last night where it was required for in writing
Go ahead, sir.
to be in writing the approval of that work. But I just want to ask a couple of questions about the dollar amount. In September, as you stated, September of 2021, the council did approve this contract for $250. And then in December of the same year, an addition of $50,000 was added to bring it to a total of $300,000. And we do understand that it does expire in September 2023. But that seems to be for a total of $327,216. So that seemed to be an increase from the original contract of $27,000. And I'm trying to get a better understanding. Well, can you explain the increase of $27,000 from the original contract in 2021?
Yes, and when the original contract was awarded, you didn't have the Public Works Administrative Building, nor did you have the Police Department as part of those, because they weren't online at the time. So the increase resulted from adding the Public Works Building and the Police Department.
So in December of 2021, what was the reason for the addition of 50,000?
That was, they did some additional work at the amphitheater. They refreshed the mulch before that first concert. And then in December, the Public Works Building came online.
Because I remember this discussion even back then, and I think the answer at that time was because of these additional scope of work for the 50,000. And I don't know if this council remember, but we had
That was part of that as well, because it was some things that weren't included in the original agreement that we wanted, as far as frequency of certain items and certain tasks. So we increased the frequency. That was a part of that as well.
Well, I really want to dispute that because, as you know, I sort of led that discussion, and I do have my notes based on that, and it seemed like the answer at that time was a little different. But let me also ask the question about, and I did my notes this morning. So there's a total increase from the original contract from 2021. It's a total of $77,216. So I'm still trying to get a better understanding of from 2021 to 2023, we're looking at an increase of 77,000. And then it goes back to when we discussed this in earlier conversation about, the putting it out for bid. And I didn't want to comment then because I was holding my comments for now. Competitive bidding, and I think competition is good for a municipal government. I think competitive bidding is just good, period. And I don't know why we don't really emphasize that quite a bit. But so it did not go out for bid in 2022. Is that correct?
No, sir, it didn't.
And it's not going out for bid here in 2023.
No, sir.
Well, see, and those are some of my concerns about why not. And I just sort of have a problem with that, especially the increase of $77,000 from September of 21 to now. I just have a little problem with that. I don't know if we could do better or not, and we don't know until we get into the competitive bidding. But that's just those are my comments, Mayor.
Councilman Thomas, I think if we all recall, I think when we were bidding this landscaping out, we would only get 2 responses.
Yes.
It was Yellowstone and another company. And every time we bid it out, we only got 2 responses. It wasn't a lot of, we had plenty of companies came by and looked at it, but when it came time to submit the bid, it was only 2. We only had a choice of 2. And so we went with the one that we felt was best for the city at that time. If it's the will of council to put it back out for bid, then we'll do that. But we've had great service from this vendor. They've always been responsive. Whatever we asked them, they've done it. They've done it in a timely manner. And this day and time, I'm like, there's no guarantee just because you bid it out, you're going to get a lower price or a better service. So.
And I guess my biggest concern is, the quality of work, and I'm observant of some of the work, and I do have my opinions about the quality of work of what I see. Seem like it could be better, but it just my opinion. I yield back, Mayor.
Okay, Thank you. Mr. Alexander, go ahead, please.
Let me just say one thing here quickly is that, we all looked and we know how, as we assumed leadership in this city, how this area right outside this window used to look. We know how it looks now. And let me tell you, it looks a whole lot better than it ever has. And the improvement has been significant in numerous areas. So I want to chime in on Mr. Aaron's. We requested that the mulch and the pine straw and everything be refreshed more frequently, quarterly, versus having it done a couple times a year, like the median on Highway 138. Those areas have come together in terms of what this whole area was look like. I remember when we looked at this, and the provider came before us, and I remember specifically saying to them, till we get to where McDonough is, we haven't reached that goal yet. Are we there yet? No, but we're a lot closer than where we used to be, because when I come through here now, I see the difference, and I want to continue to see the difference and ask them to excel. The one thing I think that we need to understand is I'm certainly for the competitive bidding process, but I'm also for the RFQ, adding the RFQ process to it before you do the RFP. Because and I think we've been in government long enough to know the lowest bidder sometimes there's a reason that they're the lowest bidder. There's a reason that they bid it low, and there's a reason that you get what you pay for in terms of where we are now. I'm nervous about taking this one back out because of where we are and the improvements that we have made. And at every turn, I think Mr. Aaron has asked of this provider to increase its frequency or their level of service. They have done so, and they have done it with it in record time in some instances. Are they perfect? No, they're not perfect, but I certainly believe in what they're doing, and I can see the difference in this area right here, which is right around City Hall, where we need to be the face of our city. And I think this vendor has helped us improve the image of the center of our city, in this area. As I go out and I see the Amphitheater campus, and as I see that mulch that costs $50,000, it looks good. Now, we got to get the retention pond finished, Mr. Gardner, and online and expeditiously. But certainly I want to make sure that we give this vendor their due credit. And again, I don't mind putting stuff out for bid, but we got to add an RFQ process to the RFP process, because when people bid the lowest, that don't necessarily mean you're getting a good job. You get what you pay for sometimes. And when you do RFQ first, you eliminate some of the people who aren't capable of doing the work, and you've done your due diligence on people when you put out the RFP for the final work. But I think this contractor is doing a good job, and I'd be hesitant about moving anything else because they have done the work.
Mr. Blunt, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just want to say, when we go back years and we're dealing with now, we got to understand our process that we've had when it came to landscaping has been interesting. When we have a procurement process that we should abide by, we all see what happens with what we're dealing with now. And when you're talking about, Mr. Aaron, only 2 companies been bidding on this, we have to trust what you're saying. And if we're talking about which is every company and every entity in the United States has an increase in services this year. Everybody. I went to Popeyes the other day because I had people over, got 12 pieces of chicken, it was $30. Never paid that before. So everybody got increases. But we have to trust staff, and we have to leave the procurement process alone and know that when the bidding process does happen, we won't find ourselves in the position we're in right now. That's all I have to say about that.
Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead, please.
Yes, and you're right, Councilman Alexander. I have seen a significant improvement in the appearance of our downtown. So kudos to the current contractor. However, I'm always concerned when there is a contract award and then shortly after, whether it's 3 months, 6 months, or 9 months into the contract, they add additional charges or they increase their pricing. That is why competitive bidding is important. Lock in the rate, lock in the contract and the dollar amount so that they cannot come back and ask for an increase. Now, I know that when we initially approved this contract in 2021, Councilman Thomas, he just went through the background. There was already an increase of $50,000 after we approved the contract award. That was a red flag. And then now again, and I understand with inflation, the cost of services have increased across the board, across all industries. I get it, but we have a responsibility. We have a responsibility not just to keep accepting the increases. I know these are services that are necessary. This contract does not expire until September 30th. There is time to rebid it, and to rebid it so that we're able to cast a broader net of potential responders, not just share it on the city's website and hope potential responders will submit proposals. We have to take a proactive approach in looking for other potential responders to all of our solicitations. So when we're in the middle of a contract with any service provider and they are requesting an increase, I'm always hesitant because there is a contract in place. Inflation is hitting all of us. But still, I am looking out for what I believe is in the best interest of the residents here. We can't just keep approving additional increase to services, and this is one of them. We can rebid this, and I certainly support Councilman Thomas in his comment of rebidding this. We have time.
Mr. Thomas, please.
Thank you. Let me just clarify a couple of things here and about this council's responsibility. We have the responsibility of oversight. If we did not have this responsibility, these things would not come before the council for approval. There's a reason why the process brings this forward before the council. And we cannot be lax in our responsibilities to ask questions and to look at efficiency and effectiveness in what we do every day. I'm not made like that. Some of these other council members may be. I'm not made like that because I understand my responsibility as an elected official, as a legislator. I understand that. And it's incumbent of all of us to be in the trenches, to ask questions, to poke at the efficiency and the effectiveness of what we do every day. When contracts, everything that we do. And let me just say this. I see the comments from council members talking about, well, the trees need trimming, cut the grass here, do this here, do that there. So I'm just saying, if everything was so perfect, council would not have to make these various requests. When we say things look better, they're supposed to look better. We are paying for it to look better. So let's not downgrade the fact that things are looking better. They're supposed to look better. We are paying for it to look better. So I'm not getting caught up in where things are looking better. They're supposed to. We're paying for it. And we're supposed to be about always improving because there's always room for improvement. So we have to ask the question. We had to come here and discuss. I'm not upset about anything. My tone may think so, but this is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to ask the question. We're supposed to get into these things to make sure we are getting the best. Because we take an oath when we run for office. This is what we sign up for. We want to make sure that we get the best here in the city of Stockbridge. We want this city to look great. So we have to push the envelope to make sure we're getting everything that we get. So I just want to say that, and everybody saying, well, yeah, it looks better. It should look better. It better look better. We're paying for it. So, man, I just wanted to just put that out. But I'm going to always, as an elected official, I'm going to always poke, because I'm always pushing the needle for effectiveness and efficiency in every operation that we do. And that's who I am, and I think this council know that. Mayor, I yield back.
Okay, no problem. Ms. Blunt, you had another comment? Go ahead,
I
sir.
just want to say one of the things about me is that when I talk up here on this council, I talk from a place where I've gotten the agenda. I've talked to the department heads pertaining to the agenda. And when I come up here, I'm at peace with whatever decision I make because I have talked to the various department heads that are presented the agenda. So when I talk to Mr. Aaron about the agenda, and he assured me that he's okay with it. When we talk about this landscaping for the city of Stockbridge, there's an interesting position we're in right now. So, and I don't want to go into that. This is what I'm talking about. There's a lot of conversations that need to be had, I believe, by this council behind closed doors with the department heads prior to coming to this council meeting. Because some of them are so simple to answer, but it prolongs issues and situations when we can have the answers. Look at this council. Look at this chamber. We don't have a whole bunch of citizens up in here because we'll be here all night because we're asking simple questions that could be answered. And I'm not belittling any of my councilmates. I'm saying for John Blunt, I talked to city manager and I talked to staff because the city manager is okay with any department head that are not doing their job, then we deal with the city manager. There's a process in place for us to deal with the staff that we need to deal with to get the results we want. Everything doesn't happen right here, but a lot can be done prior to coming right here. So I just say, this is a small increase for any business for what we're doing. And when we talk, see, we can't have it both ways. Do you want competitive bidding and contract them 3 years out? Or do you want a competitive bid and just contract them 12 years and keep, that gets confusing for everybody. Do we want to contract the people for 3 years out to make sure we got the right bid in? All of these things come into play, but it puts Mr. Aaron, it puts other department heads in a precarious position because, okay, what do I do? Because I'm almost damned if I do and damned if I don't. So for me, I ask the questions, I get the answers, and I'm able to make a sound decision when I sit up here in this seat. And I'm not here to belittle anybody up here. That's just me. I ask the questions.
Mayor Ford.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Let me say this, and I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Blunt, but I'm not going to be hypocritical. Now, you just make a statement about you deal with staff beforehand. The last item that we talked about, the precinct, you drill. And I'm okay with that. No, I'm just addressing the council.
I'm saying when you mentioned.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, well, I use your name because you were the one that asked the question.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, let's
Let me address the mayor. Let me address the mayor then.
Okay, go ahead.
In the previous agenda item, council members drill the presenter about the precinct. I'm okay with that because each one of us here has the rights and the authority to ask whatever question they want to ask. But I'm just saying, when you say one thing and do another thing, then that's what I have a problem with. So I was okay when the Madam Clerk was presenting and the city attorney was presenting about the voting and the districts, and there were several questions. Now, those questions could have been asked offline as well. But I just want to be able to say, I'm okay when anybody up here on this dais asking any question they want. And it happens all the time. There have been agenda items that have been presented, and there has been question after question after question after question after question. But I'm not going to chastise any council person for asking all of the questions until they are satisfied. So I'm just saying, let's think about what we say. But I'm just saying, I'm okay with anybody asking any question they want. I know we have speaking rules, and I know we're only supposed to speak on a subject for a couple of minutes or a couple of times. But I'm just saying, let's think about what we're saying and what we're being critical of. Because I can point to a number of occasions where council members just drill. But again, I'm going to still ask my questions. I'm going to still voice my opinion because all of us have a right to do just that.
All right.
I yield back, Bill.
Okay, I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. So on that note, I think we had enough discussion on these items thus far. So let's see where we go with this now. So the motion, well, Mr. Aaron's made a presentation. So let's see what's happening here. Is there a motion to go ahead and accept this proposal?
If I could ask one question first.
What's the deal now?
Mayor Ford, I'd like to make a motion.
And what's that motion?
I'd like for us to reject the renewal of this landscaping maintenance service contract for Yellowstone and task staff with rebidding, re-advertising for this landscaping maintenance service contract. The current contract with Yellowstone does not expire until September 30th. So if we task staff now with rebidding this particular service, they are to bring back the recommendation to award a new contract by our August work session.
All right, is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Okay, now, Mr. Thomas seconded that motion. Madam Clerk, did you get all that down? Read it back to make sure we got it right.
The motion by Mayor Pro Tem Barber is to reject the renewal for this contract and task staff with rebidding and re-advertising with the contract expiring September 30th and bring back to council to award at the August work session.
Is that your motion, Ms. Barber? Is that your motion, Ms. Barber?
I want to change the last part. Instead of them bringing it back at our work session, I'd like to task them to bring it back at the August council meeting.
Okay.
Is that okay with you, Councilman Thomas?
I second the amendment to your motion.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question.
Well, stand by 1 second, please. Okay, Madam Clerk, you got all that?
I do, Mayor.
The motion is made in second. Further discussion. Mr. Blunt, go ahead, please.
So if this fails, then we're going to approve this because she's making a motion for a no vote. So then we're dealing with this agenda item because we have not approved to add an agenda item. So her approval for a no, meaning that we could come to this agenda, then if it doesn't pass, then this agenda item passes. You can't motion to say no.
Well,
If you want to, because we're on it,
Mr. Washington.
because this is the agenda item. We didn't approve a new agenda. So if we're on this agenda item, we say no, then if it doesn't pass and there's a yes vote, then this agenda item must pass.
No, sir.
Yeah,
Let me deal with the attorney.
yeah.
Mr. Washington.
Mr. Washington, come to the mic, please, sir.
You have a motion to reject.
No. Are you speaking of the agenda item?
Prior to that, the agenda item, just before, the agenda item that we're on right now is
Is item number 7.
Approve the renewal.
To approve the renewal, that's correct.
Okay. Council consideration to increase the, oh, you're on 7, okay.
Number
Council-
7.
Council consideration to approve the renewal of landscape maintenance services contract. Right, so that's the agenda item before it.
That's correct.
However, there was a motion put on the floor to reject this item,
That is correct.
which is the same thing as voting down the item.
That's correct.
So if you want to vote for the item or against the item, if you want to take it in the form in which it's being presented by Councilwoman Barber, you would vote yes to reject it, which would still be voting for a no to accept it. So if you vote in the way the stem of her question is posed, you'll be voting to reject it.
Right.
And that means it would not pass.
That's correct.
Now, the second part of that question you have, Madam Clerk, is what?
I didn't have a question.
No, I think what I asked, my question was, because this agenda item is before us, if she's posing her vote as a motion and her vote doesn't pass, then this agenda item goes forward. Is that correct?
No, it'd be rejected.
It'd be rejected. The
If her motion doesn't go forward.
If it's
still-
not seconded.
Well, it's going to be
It
second,
was seconded.
Right,
but now it has to pass.
right.
Okay.
So if it passes, her motion is to vote no. So the people that raise their hands will be voting no, which would mean they'd be voting to reject item number 7 on the agenda.
That's correct.
Well,
To reject
Reject-
the renewal.
Reject the
Right.
renewal at this point.
but if we vote, what I'm saying.
If it passes.
So if
you
if
please
it
call for
doesn't
the
pass,
vote?
does it
One
this
second.
pass?
Go ahead, Ms. Blunt, finish your
Right.
comment.
If you don't, the people that raise their hands will be voting to reject renewing this.
Right.
If that does not pass, then they will have voted to accept it.
Gotcha.
All right. Motion's been made, been seconded. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. All opposed. All right,
So
then
now it's on you,
I
Mayor.
break a tie. So I'm actually oppose the actual motion oppose the motion that was made, reject. We need to go forward with this particular motion.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
let's move. I got a question for Mr. Aaron, then I'm gonna make a motion for approval. Mr. Aaron, now, Councilman Thomas made a valid point. Now, Yellowstone is not responsible for cutting back all of this overgrowth out here, right? That would be a separate contract where we get somebody to come in and cut these trees back that have overgrown for the last 10 years, right?
There is trimming in the,
Trimming, I'm talking about now, these
During
don't
the
need to be
season,
trimmed, they need to
but-
be cut down.
but there are also some trees that staff cut down as well.
Right,
So-
these crepe myrtles need to be cut back down to nothing and then allowed to grow back. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about cutting a little off the wires. I'm talking about all of them, all of these bushes around City Hall being cut back. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, staff.
So that's what I'm saying. His issue is valid. It needs to be dealt with. There needs to be a separate contractor to take care and cut back all of these bushes because it looks like a forest out here.
He said staff.
Right, so if staff can do it, we need somebody, well, we've been talking about it for a long time. Now, I want to make that a part of my motion for approval to make sure staff makes that happen, to get these trees cut back as well. I want to make a motion to approve the contract as approved by staff. Additional condition would be that we get a contractor to cut back these trees out here and get this other situation under control, because Councilman Thomas has a valid point, which is those trees have not been cut, but I don't think that's Yellowstone's responsibility.
No, it's
For-
he's making a separate motion. Yes, ma'am.
And I need to ask the attorney this question. Councilman Thomas, I'm sorry, Councilman Alexander, you're putting in your motion for staff to do something that's tagged on to the Yellowstone
No, it is tasking staff with
separate
It-
director as well.
If,
No, I think what he's,
Tag that on to the Yellowstone.
Can't do that.
It's a separate director.
so,
hold on, stand by.
Never mind,
let's
I
get-
withdraw that, we'll move forward. Let's make a motion to approve what's on the table so we can go ahead and move forward.
Your motion is, sir?
To approve
To
what's
approve-
on the table.
what's presented by Duchess?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
No, we've already voted, man.
No, sir. No,
gotta
sir.
vote.
No, sir. We've got another vote. Make your motion again, please.
Motion to approve the recommendation for to extend Yellowstone's contract for an additional year. Need a approval vote.
Is there a second to that
We
motion?
just did that.
No, sir.
No,
sir.
hold on. Point of order. Our city attorney just told us with the motion by Councilwoman Barber and Mayor Mr. Thomas, if they vote to not accept, we can vote our hands to accept, and that gives you the vote
No,
to
sir.
send
No,
it back.
no.
That's what he just told us.
No, it's not quite what he said, sir.
Quick, come back up here, because we gotta have another vote to move this
You got to
forward.
have another vote. That's correct.
It's not.
No, sir. You got to have. We got to have another vote.
Just tell us, make this, we gotta have a vote to move it forward, right?
So, to Councilman Blunt, what I did say is that if you voted no, if you did not raise your hands to vote no for the stem of the question that Councilwoman Barber passed, that the reverse would actually happen. So if she voted to reject it, you all did not vote to reject this. You all did not vote to reject item number 7. So in essence, you accepted it because the call of question was to reject it. So if you don't reject it, you accept it. But if you want to clarify it and actually have the vote to vote for this, then the chair has that right.
I just wanna make sure there ain't gonna be no legal, we gotta go back through this again, because somebody didn't.
Right,
This
so
is
that's
a
what I'm saying. The chair has that prerogative to call for
Okay.
a clarifying vote, which he's doing, to say, I want to just make sure that the people that voted against, that the people that voted against Councilwoman Barber's motion are voting for the approval of this contract. He has that right to clarify that.
All right.
So yes, by action of what y'all did accept it, but he wants to clarify that. And he's calling for a vote to clarify that, to see if the people that did not vote because her motion did not pass, to see if the people that did not vote for the motion that did not pass will vote to accept item number 7.
Yeah, Mayor, I just wanna make sure.
Hold on. Point of order. Point of order.
What's your point of order?
Because the clarity was put forth. The clarity was put forth. The vote has gone forth. Now, to put the vote out again in a different way, the way this council is structured, a simple abstention can kill the vote again. You shouldn't give nobody a chance to vote no twice to make something fail.
I was going to say, I'm giving the chair has the right
He's
to
already
clarify.
said he accepted. He's already made that statement.
That's his call.
Okay, stand by. Are you done, sir?
I just have one question.
Go ahead, Mr. Alexander.
And I just wanted you to go on the record right now. Mr. Blunt, he seems to have a valid point. So if, in addition to what you just said, Yellowstone now can move forward with this 1-year contract based on the last vote. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
We're done then.
Okay,
Thank you.
if that is legally proper, then so be it. That will be move on. The motion.
Sir, I got a question.
So stand by. I'm not done with my comment. If that is legal, if that's legally possible, if that's the legal way to do things by Robert's rule of order, so be it. Then that means this particular number 7 motion actually passes by virtue of what was done, and then we'll move on. And and Yellowstone will have that particular contract. We continue to move on. Go ahead, Mayor.
I have
Thank
a
you.
question.
Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
This is
Go
a
ahead, please.
completely different motion. The motion that Councilman Alexander made included a directive to staff. 2 completely different motions.
No,
He withdrew that.
He changed
I
it.
had that
He
same
withdrew
Motion
that.
that I made was to reject staff's recommendation to approve the renewal of the contract and to rebid it. His motion was to approve staff's recommendation with a directive to task someone with cutting down some trees. Those are 2 different separate motions.
Right.
They should be handled separately.
Correct.
This motion, there needs to be a vote called for.
To cut down the trees.
Right.
He withdrew that.
So say
The
that.
motion that the clerk has is to vote to approve, because my understanding is Councilman Alexander withdrew when they asked whether or not it was an additional item to have a staff directive about the trees, which I said it was. So at that point, he said he will withdraw that, and he was motioning to approve the item number 7 for acceptance.
Okay, well, Mayor Ford, call for the vote.
Mayor Ford has decided, since by taking a legal opinion from the attorney in reference to the previous vote that was taken, actually we have now accepted number 7, and Yellowstone will have that contract. We'll
Call
move on.
for a vote.
I've made my comment, Mayor Pro Tem.
He hasn't even called for the vote.
I made my comment. I made my comment based
Attorney
on.
Washington.
Stand by. I made my comment. Hold on.
No, what he is trying to avoid, he's trying to avoid having two people to approve the renewal of this contract, one person abstaining and another person opposing it. That way, he won't get the vote. Call for the vote, as Robert's rule requires that you do.
Okay.
That's the mayor's.
It's already
Hold on.
Call for the vote, otherwise this whole
done.
motion is illegal.
Stand by, folks. Stand by. I got a legal opinion. Everybody heard it. I asked the attorney. Got a legal opinion. I said, is that-
Mr.
hold on,
Washington needs
hold
to
on.
state his opinion again because
we
he's
got a legal
wrong.
opinion. The decision's been made. We're going to move on. This motion has passed based on a
You
legal
need to
opinion.
call for a
based on,
vote, otherwise
we're
this
moving on.
whole motion is illegal.
We're going on to item number 8. Council consideration to approve the request for proposal.
The whole motion was illegal.
Calm down.
The whole motion was illegal.
Mayor Pro Tem, calm down, will you please? You're not going to get this way this time. The motion's made. It's done. We're
Your
moving on.
vote was illegal,
My
and I
vote-
want it for the record.
Okay, you can put it in the record, but it's not illegal.
Okay, I just want to make it
Okay.
plain and clear for the record.
All right.
Point of order, Mayor
Yes, sir.
Ford. And I'm not gonna get too deep into this, but we have to do things correctly and properly.
Okay, what's incorrect, sir?
And I want the attorney to come back. Well, I'm just trying to get clarification myself on this last action that was just taken. So I just want to make sure that it is legal, because we do not want to do anything that's illegal and improper as far as the way we vote. So if you had one abstention and you had a vote no, then does that allow the mayor to vote? And that's just a simple question and a simple answer. It's just a yes or no.
The mayor votes in case of a tie. It has to be 2-2.
So is this a tie?
What?
The last action where you had one council member voted no and you had one to abstain, is that a
I don't know
tie?
what the vote count.
Nobody's
No mistake. No, what happened,
Motion, you second.
there was two, it was 2-2. On the previous motion that Mayor Pro Tem made, it was 2-2.
No, I'm saying on the original motion about Yellowstone.
It was, I'll tell you what, the clerk, the original motion that was made in reference to item number 7, Yellowstone,
And the vote.
and the vote.
Yes.
What was that? What was the motion? What was the vote?
It was a 2-2-1, Mayor.
Right. Well, it was a 2-2 tie.
It was a 2-2 vote.
And then
I'm sorry, take away the one. Let me
Right.
restate that. The vote was 2-2 and the mayor voted
I broke the tie.
to oppose.
That's right, the motion.
rejection,
That's correct.
on that, the motion to reject.
That's correct.
But when you say 2-2,
It was a 2-2 vote.
well, you didn't,
You keep talking about the vote count of
it
the
was
motion
an
I made.
abstention.
We're talking about the motion that Councilman Alexander made.
But there,
That is what is relevant. My
go
motion
ahead,
is dead.
go ahead, Madam Clerk, please.
And this is what I was asking Attorney Washington.
Go ahead.
The motion, I'm sorry, the item on the agenda is council consideration to approve the renewal of the landscape maintenance services contract with Yellowstone in the amount of $327,000 one-year contract. That is what is on the agenda.
What was the vote?
Barber voted to reject the
No,
renewal
not that.
and task staff with putting it out for bid and bringing it back to a particular meeting in August.
No, Mayor Ford.
That was the motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Barber,
And seconded by seconded by Mr. Thomas.
by Councilman Thomas.
Right,
And that was the 2-2 vote.
right,
And the mayor broke the tie
correct.
to
Oppose,
oppose the rejection
That's correct.
of her motion.
correct.
My question is, that was the rejection of her motion,
Correct,
correct?
correct.
Which was to
That is correct. So all of that is dead and gone. So it goes back now to the original agenda item about Yellowstone. And what is that vote? That's all I'm asking in my point of order. What is the vote to approve or disapprove the Yellowstone agenda item?
Y'all
Stand by.
No, hold on. Mayor Ford. Mayor Pro Tem, that's dead. That's over.
Yeah, I got this.
Okay. My question is, what is the vote on the original agenda item? Agenda item number 7.
Right.
What is the original vote of record?
Based on the legal opinion that listen what I'm saying.
What is the vote? No, the vote.
Listen what I'm saying. Based on legal opinion from an attorney in reference to how the actual original motion went, by it being that motion being rejected, that automatically, my understanding legally, that automatically says that motion, that item number 7 passes. Is what his legal opinion. I asked for a legal opinion by Robert's Rule of Order, passes. That's
let me say something.
No,
and that's
hold
what
on. I still have the floor.
And so if that's the case, that motion passes. I've had what a legal opinion would be, and what by Robert's Rule of Order, what would be legal in this. And I asked that initially the first time before we went down this road. Okay.
Clarification.
Yes.
The motion that Mayor Pro Tem made, yes, it did not pass. It is dead.
Right.
Okay. We're all in agreement with that.
Yes.
So therefore, then it goes back to the original agenda item, which is number 7. And what is that vote of record?
Well, based on legal opinion from the attorney, that passes. It passes.
I'm asking
it passes
what
3-2.
I'm asking what is the vote. I'm asking what is the vote on the original agenda item number 7, because Mayor Pro Tem motion is dead and it is gone. But what is the original agenda item 7? What is the vote? That's all I'm asking.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Tom.
That's all I'm asking.
It would still be a 3. It would still be a 3-2. It would still, because when you're rejecting, so staff made a recommendation to accept and extend the approval, right? The motion that was put up here was to reject staff's determination. If you don't reject staff's determination, you accept staff's determination. Staff's determination was to extend the contract for a year.
That's it.
Man, let me say this.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I appreciate you clarifying this, because we cannot circumvent, when we talk about process, we cannot circumvent, Mayor, can you please?
Calm down, please. Calm down. Go ahead, Mr. Blunt. Calm down. Calm down, folks. Come on. Calm down.
We can't have any elected officials circumventing the process to say, on any of these items, let me motion to vote no. Then if you do that, then you're voting to say, I need support for my no. That's on any of these items. And if you don't pass then let's go to another process. Let me try no again. That's not how we work up here. You don't motion to vote no. You either do it or you don't, and they got the no's. It just didn't pass. It's as simple as that.
Right. But here's the thing that you all can take solace in. You all can still decide if you all as a body want to revisit or override. You can just vote to do that. And the chair would be compelled to if you have the votes to be able to do that. Like, you still have the authority to be able to do that.
Yeah.
But on that specific instance, it was literally a 3-2. If staff makes a recommendation and you put the stem of the question about the issue that's on the table in a negative, that's the same as voting for a positive, the other side of the vote. You have a yes or no. Everybody voted no on what Councilwoman Barber presented, and in voting no on that was a yes to accept staff's recommendation.
Got it.
And if the chair wants to clarify that vote, or if you all compel the chair to clarify that vote, then the vote would have to be clarified. You still have that authority.
I have a comment.
Mayor Ford.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm seeking clarification.
Yeah.
I understand that when Mayor Pro Tem made a motion and it was voted down, and the mayor, because it was a tie, and he voted on her motion, which was denied, correct? So that means that is dead, right?
No, it means that you accept it, because the item on the table was to vote up or down on the Yellowstone matter, right? But her form of the question was to vote against the staff recommendation. That was her form of the question. Instead of saying, I approve the Yellowstone thing and the hands go up, she said, I want you to vote no on the Yellowstone, all hands in favor go up. But the hands that didn't vote no, that's a yes for the acceptance of the agenda item, because remember, the agenda item's gonna only go up or down or get tabled.
Right. See, and this is where the confusion is.
Right.
Because when Mayor Pro Tem motion died and the mayor voted against that, how does that then goes to the original agenda item number 7?
Because that was the original agenda item she was asking for. The original agenda item she was asking for was to vote no on staff's recommendation regarding number 7. So she's saying, raise your hands to vote no, versus most of the times when motions get presented is raise your hands
Don't
to vote
speak for me.
yes.
See,
That's not what I said.
okay, this is my last comment, and I'll be through with it. See, I'm trying to see, how does the mayor vote for agenda item 7 just on its own? So even if the mayor pro tem did not make the motion, how does then the mayor come and vote on agenda item number 7?
Just like if it would have been a 2-2 on the other side.
But if it's not, if you have one council member voting no, and you got one council member abstaining,
You had a 2-2. So if the mayor would have said all those in favor of voting for the Yellowstone to get the contract, raise your hand. 2 people vote yes, 2 people vote no. The mayor would vote for a third one, and he would be the deciding vote.
No, that was not the motion. Motion was to reject.
Right.
Not vote in favor of the motion.
Right. Exactly.
That was the 2-2 tie.
I'm
so
saying
you had 2 voting yes, you had 1 voting no, and you had 1 vote.
I have a comment.
Yeah.
Oh, so,
You had 2 voting no. That's why the mayor voted to break the tie.
I thought Mayor Pro Tem abstained. Oh, okay,
I have a comment.
okay.
Go ahead with your comment.
My original motion failed. A new motion came forward. I'm still waiting for us to vote on the second motion. You can twist the words, flip my words as much as you want to. And this is for you.
okay.
You can twist my words as much as you want to. Each motion requires a vote. You don't get to arbitrarily say because I rejected staff's recommendation that now I'm going to reject another motion. No one gets to decide that but me. So until this motion has been put on the floor, the city clerk can't note my vote because she doesn't know what my vote is. So I'm still waiting for a vote. I'm still waiting to raise my hand to vote for this motion that Councilman Alexander brought forward. You don't get to decide.
I agree with you.
You don't get to decide, and he don't get to decide what my vote is.
Councilman Alexander withdrew whatever motion that was. He withdrew that. It doesn't exist anymore. And what we're going to move on. Right now, everything passes for 7. We'll do additional research. If by chance that additional research shows that we did something that was improper, we'll bring it back. We've got to move on. The item is a go at this point. Number 7 is a go. We're going to number 8. Council consideration and approve request for proposal RFP 2023-0003 for janitorial maintenance services to building services, maintenance services incorporated in the amount of $141,432. Funding source, government building department budget, presented by Mr. Aaron, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, we come before you tonight to ask for your approval for building maintenance service. An RFP went out. There were 5 firms that submitted proposals. There was an evaluation committee meeting held on April 24, 2023, and the firms were evaluated and scored, and building maintenance service was ranked as the first firm. And so staff is asking for approval to move their current janitorial contract from ICS to building maintenance service in the amount of $141,432. That's a $6,852 increase over what we were paying previously for janitorial services for all of the city's facilities.
Thank you, sir.
Mr.
Black,
Aaron, this gone through the proper RFP process, procurement process, and
Yes,
you
sir.
all have identified the funding.
Yes, sir.
So for me, if there's no more questions, I'd like to approve it, Mayor.
All right, you making the motion to approve or so? Is there a second to approve this particular item?
Talk about a little, this motion, this, sort of for the public, they need to understand exactly what they're getting, out of this here, and then, talk about that a little bit more.
Yes, sir. This is for the janitorial service and upkeep for all of the city's buildings except for the amphitheater. This would be City Hall, the Police Department of Merrill Manders, the Main Street offices, Public Works, the maintenance shop, and the wastewater treatment plant. And they would be performing COVID cleanings as was previously in the previous RFP. So they'll do their sanitizing and things of that sort for COVID. And also, like say, this was a contract that has expired. We're on a month-to-month. And we were requested to put it out for bid, so we've done that. We've done our due diligence. The committee has met and evaluated the firms, and this is the #1 ranked firm.
So we've made it through the entire procurement process. You're bringing this recommendation for council to approve.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, second.
Okay, motion been made by Mr. Blunt to approve this. Mr. Alexander, second that motion. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Aaron, what I'm trying to get to understand is, it states here that Public Works Department is requesting council to approve of the ranking. That one word that is what's confusing me, because I'm not understanding why the council is approving of the ranking. If you're making a recommendation to approve 1 out of the 5, I can understand that. But you seem like you're asking us to approve of the ranking, and I always thought that, you and your staff would do that, and based on that, then you come forward with the recommendation.
That's the language that procurement, that's the language they gave us to present. But the #1 ranked firm is Building Maintenance Service, and we're asking council to approve awarding the contract to Building Maintenance Service.
It just seemed to be a little inconsistent. I'm sorry, I had my mic. It just seemed to be a little inconsistent. I yield back, Mayor.
Okay, motion, yeah, Ms. Barber, go ahead, please.
Yes, this was an issue that was brought up last year. The governing body does not approve rankings of proposals. That is what staff does. Mr. Washington and Mr. Berry were involved in that discussion. I'd like for him to, Mr. Washington, if you don't mind addressing this. I know the item on the agenda, as it reads, it says council consideration to approve the request for proposal for janitorial maintenance services to building maintenance services in the amount of $141,432. But if you're looking at the agenda item that's in our notebook, the background information says the Public Works Department is requesting council's approval of the ranking of the qualified firms. That's not a responsibility of the governing body. So I just need for you to clarify that for us. Is this really a approval of a contract, the approval of award of a contract? Because if it is, the contract was not provided.
This is the ranking. These are the firms that submitted. So you want to do what?
Perhaps Mr. Wiggins and Mr. Gardner can explain also. They signed this agenda item form. They can provide some clarity to this.
Just to agree. Okay. where's contract for building? Isn't that what, wasn't that given to them?
I didn't have a copy.
They have a copy of the contract.
Can we table this item to the June council meeting?
You want to table this item?
Yes, so
And the
that
reason for tabling is what?
Mayor Pro Tem Barber said the contract is not in here, but
Okay, so hold on, stand by a second. Okay, it's been, 1 second. You're saying because Mayor Pro Tem said there's contract's not here, and that's why you're tabling this item?
if council want to look at the
I
contract.
have asked for clarity, and the four of y'all gathered here, but nobody answered my question. I asked, what is it that you're asking council to do? Is this the approval of a
Yes.
contract award?
Yes, ma'am.
If this is the approval of a contract award, you would think this council would want a copy of the contract before they approved it. Otherwise, the item as it is written on the agenda, it says for council consideration to approve request for proposal 2023-003 for janitorial maintenance services to the building maintenance. But then if you look at the agenda item, it says the Public Works Department is requesting council approval of the ranking of the qualified firms for the request for proposal. I just need for Mr. Gardner, the city manager, or the treasurer who's over procurement, somebody to tell me what is it that you're asking from the governing body.
Okay.
There he is.
Stand by, please. Mr. Gardner, go ahead and answer the
You
question.
don't know by now?
Count-
You've been,
Mr. Gardner, please. Go ahead, speak, sir. Mr. Gardner.
It's wasting time.
Go, Mr. Gardner.
Councilmember Barber is correct. So if you're approving the rankings, you're just saying that we're approving the firm that won, but you're not approving the contract because the contract is not attached. The motion should be to approve the contract per the rankings and have the contract attached to the agenda.
Okay, so based on that, council, you're amenable for this to be tabled and have this come back in June?
Mayor, let
Yeah,
me say this.
Yes, sir.
We're talking semantics on the actual agenda item. We're the verbiage on the agenda item. Right here is what we're looking to approve. The verbiage on the agenda item. What does that say?
Well, I read it earlier. It's read earlier in reference to request for proposal, but
Yeah, but that's nothing pertaining to ranking on here. If you want to put in a motion with a contingency to redo the verbiage, that's one thing. But we can't. Why are we holding up progress off of something that could be fixed? Put that contingency in the motion.
yeah, okay. Let me, Mr. Aaron, when's this contract due?
We're currently on a month-to-month agreement with our current provider.
So if we delay this until June, how would that affect this contract?
We just paid the current provider an additional month.
Okay.
Mayor, let me just follow up on that. Here's the thing with me. This council, I mean, we're talking semantics. You got identified funding for the project. We trust, Mr. Aaron, that you brought it forth to us. You say this person went through the procurement process. You just go change the process and move it forward. Why are we delaying this to come back to prolong another council meeting? Either we vote for it or we don't. Put the contingency in there. I'd like to make a motion right now. I'd like to make a motion to approve it with the contingency in place to change the verbiage.
You have a motion on the floor with
By
a
who?
second already.
By who?
Go ahead, read the motion back and who,
Motion was by you, Mr. Blunt, seconded by Mr. Alexander,
Okay.
and then it went into discussion.
Well, I need to add to that motion if you would like, before we vote.
Discussion.
That's all right?
you can make an amendment, sir.
I'd like to
Is there a
amend that motion to include the passage of this motion with the contingency that the verbiage is changed from ranking to what to reflect what we're voting on pertaining to our agenda.
All right, so you amend that motion. Mr. Alexander, you still second that motion?
Understand this, and I want somebody to understand is that we're approving this contract, which is the funding has been identified, and we're trying to move this forward. Now, there's a legitimate gripe that the contract was not attached. Would I have read the contract anyway? No, I would not. I would have allowed the staff to do what they do, approving the contract, moving forward. That's their job. I don't have 50 hours in the day to read every contract. I have a life to live and things to do. So I can't read all of these contracts with 100 pages in it and live a life. I have to trust the staff in order to do that. I don't see how we do that and have a life at the same time. Now, I do want to, my hesitancy is slowing things up. And I don't want to get into the personal dispute. This is what's going on now. This is personal between council members up here. It ain't got nothing to do with the staff. And I'm not trying to get drawn into that. If I'm all about progress for the city, I don't care if it's Mr. Blunt's idea, your idea, more pro tem, or Councilman Thomas's idea. The idea is this is going to pass, whether it passes tonight or at the next meeting. What difference does it make? We've wasted about 30 minutes talking about something that could be passed. If it's not passed tonight, it's going to be passed at the next meeting with the contract attached to it. So then in that case, we got to move forward, or we can play these games and we can move forward and not have a vote. Well, it's like this. I'll just poll the council members. Do you want to vote on this item or not? I asked the council to poll ourselves before we move forward with it. I don't want to go through these semantics of trying to dodge the vote. Is everybody on board or not?
Well, what it amounts to, the motion's been made. I asked you whether or not you second the amendment motion Mr. Blunt made, and you want to make a comment. So
I'm willing to second the motion because I want to move forward with progress.
So you second the motion. So how about this? All right. All in favor of the motion, please indicate.
Comment. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I
Go
have
ahead.
a comment.
Go ahead, sir.
I keep hearing council members say they don't care how the contract reads. That's irresponsible.
Hold on. Point of order. I did not say I did not care. I said I trust the staff in order to do the work.
May I finish?
Go ahead, please, Mr. Thomas.
If I am asked to vote on something, and we say this all the time, we want to know what we're voting on. It's not a matter of whether you trust the staff bringing something forward. It's incumbent upon each and every one of us to have knowledge and to know. This is why we received this book here, so we can read, so we will know. But I just want to go back to a couple of things here, what I said earlier. And tonight proves my point about effectiveness, efficiency, accountability, process, and contract awareness. And I say this all the time, but tonight proves my point on all of this. And this is why we're having all of these arguments, because things are not coming to this council in an effective manner. We're not doing business in an effective manner, in an efficient manner. There's no accountability. There's no process. The process is one meeting, the process is like this. The next meeting, the process is like that. Come on. It should be one consistent process. And if you follow the process, then we can go through the business of the city efficiently and effectively. But when you do not adhere to one set process, you're going to have what you have tonight. And that's the problem right there.
Let me get a response.
Let's go ahead. We have a motion.
I just got one response. Listen, I'm about results. If the process is flawed, I certainly understand your contention that the contract needs to be attached to what's going on here. Is there assertion that these monies are being misappropriated or that the staff is not doing something untoward? I don't feel that way. So yes, I do lean toward moving it forward. If not, I don't see a problem with waiting to the next meeting if that is your only contention and you want the contract. Will you vote for it if it's delayed to the next meeting, Mayor Pro Tem? You see the contract and it's delayed to the next meeting. Will you vote for it? Is that what you? Because I don't want to waste any more time doing this. Will you vote for it when you see the contract? I'm asking you.
She's right. You're supposed to really address as chair. All right, are you finished with comment, Mr. Alexander?
I'm finished with my comment. I'm just saying we can move on from this if I understand that would be if that's the case. If that's the only contention, I will give you that right to move it to the next meeting and then allow the contract to be read because I don't want to waste any more time on pettiness.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, make this the last comment so we can move on. Go ahead.
So I've been saying the exact same thing for 3 years and 6 months now. I will not approve anything without supporting documents. I don't over-rely on staff for anything. The residents voted for me, for you, each of us individually. They expect that you will be fiscally responsible. They expect that you will do your due diligence and act in their best interest. I don't care how busy I am. I make time to read. I make time to ask questions too, as many as I need to, as often as I need to. Even when y'all cut me off, I will ask my questions. I'll make my statements here. Procurement has been an issue since I've been here. I have constantly had to ask the same questions. None of them still have not answered my questions. The governing body's responsibility is not to approve rankings. That is something that was addressed previously. I asked Mr. Attorney Washington to address that. He still hasn't. If you're asking me to approve a contract tonight, I will not. But if it is provided to the council before our next meeting, I will review the contract. If I have concerns about it, I won't vote for it. But I need to be able to review it myself. Y'all can sigh, huff, and puff all you want. Every time there's a procurement item on this agenda, you best believe I will do my due diligence on my own. I do not and will not over-rely on staff for nothing, ever.
We don't have the vote, so I'm going to. I don't want to waste any more time on this because I'm going to withdraw my second.
Time out, folks. Time out. We got a motion on the floor.
I'm going to withdraw my second so we can move.
Okay, we go through. You made the motion. Mr. Blunt made the motion. You seconded it. You remove your second.
What is the motion? Is the motion to table this to the next meeting?
Okay, so if you remove your second, that means the motion would die, right? That would mean the motion would die if we don't have a second, correct? Mr. Washington?
Motion to.
Mr. Washington? If the motion's withdrawn, if the second is to the motion withdrawn and no other second, that means the motion has to drop, correct?
If the motion is withdrawn, yes. If the motion is withdrawn,
No. The second to the motion has been withdrawn. The second to the motion has been withdrawn. That means the motion will have to die unless there's another second. Okay, all right.
Mayor, next, I'm trying to move this along.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to make a motion to table this to the very next meeting so the contract can be provided and we can move on with this meeting rather than wasting more time because it's not going to pass anyway. So let's move on.
Let me say this, Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Let me say this. Because it's getting so ridiculous up here. There's not one single council member up here knows every ins and out of every department. That's why we trust staff to make sure that due diligence is done pertaining to contracts. Which council member up here read the contract for Amphitheater? I would like to know the ins and outs of that.
All right.
You see, one of the things we got to stop doing, we got to stop trying to sit here and belittle the process that staff is doing. Because when we sit here and we want to talk about procurement is not jacked up. It's not jacked up and messed up. It's too much involvement by this elected body with procurement. The process is flawed because the elected body get involved. When everybody want to sit here with all this attitude, I'm just going to keep it real. If the elected body lets staff do what they're supposed to do, we're not city managers. We're the legislative branch of the city. So we can go on and on, my turn, your turn, your turn. That's all fine. But don't sit here and talk about a flawed process that you're getting involved in that you shouldn't even be dealing with because it was stated by our city attorneys that you need to leave it alone.
All right, Ms. Blunt. Okay, now, so everybody's got said what they need to say. Mr. Alexander, you made a motion to table. Is there a second to that motion?
With the condition that it come back to the next meeting.
Right. For the condition come out next week. Mr. Blunt seconded. All in favor of the motion, please indicate.
Comment.
Okay, sir, we need to move on with this.
No, this is important.
Okay,
And this is it. It's going to be short and sweet.
okay.
All I want to say is, all I'm asking for is the contract needs to be presented. Whether you read it or not, that's your prerogative. But the contract has to be presented. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, motion's been made. Second, all in favor of the motion, please indicate. Once again, all opposed? It's a table. It's a table. Are you table? You're for it. So it's unanimous decision to table. Be back on the next meeting for that one. What is that? The 12th of June, I believe it is. That's correct. All right, 12th of June to come back with the contract attached to it. All right. Next item: council consideration to approve invitation to bid ITB 2023-0006 City of Stockbridge Local Maintenance Improvement Grant to LMIG 2024 Program for Roads and Resurfacing awarded to East Coast Grading Incorporated. The amount of $2,297,119.25. Funding source SPLOST 5, $2,009,119.25. GDOT is $288,000. Presented by Mr. Aaron, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council. We're asking that you approve awarding a bid to East Coast Grading to complete our 2024 LMIG list in the amount of $2,297,119.25. And the streets are in the Carriage Lake subdivision. You'll have Surrey Lane, you'll have Chariot Court, Coachway, Lakefront Court, Carriage Lake Lane. In Pine Grove, you have Gallup Drive, Shatley Drive, Brunswick Circle, and then in Lakeside, you have Rock Lane, Needle Top Court, Falcon Ridge, and Monarch Village, you have Enclave Trail, Chelsea Wood Court. In Windsong, you'll have Redbud Lane, Deerwood Drive, Willow Hill Lane, and then in Wingate at Lakeside, you'll have Lytton Court and Chaucer Way. And then also on the Summit, you'll have, I can't see that road, but, and also we added Century Oaks Court. So we'll do Century Oak Court, which is in District 4. And we'll do Fairhaven Court as well.
Those are newly annexed.
Century Oak Court is the only one.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, there's a proposal here for, looking for a motion, if we can get a
I just
motion.
want, this is a serious matter here. It does require some discussion.
All right, go right in.
This is what the public is interested in, okay? Business of the city. Talk about the process, because a lot of folks are very confused about the process. Why is this street paved? Why is that street not paved? How do I got to get my street on the list? Talk about the process, because we have like Councilman Thomas always said, we have a detailed process in grading the streets out, making sure that they're fair and equitable in determining what goes on and whose street gets paved and what districts they get paved in.
Yes, sir. In 2018, we had a reevaluation of all the city roads and sidewalks. Roads are graded from 0 to 100, with 70 being the average. If it's below 70, that's how we choose the ones that get resurfaced. Typically, the city roads average of probably about 65. So there are some roads that are 100 because they've been resurfaced. But we go by the ranking. If it's like 35 or 40, then that takes priority. That's on the list. So we go from the lowest to the highest, and that's how they're included based on the condition of the roads.
So I don't have any newly annexed areas in my district, but I know Councilman Blunt does, and I know Mayor Pro Tem Barber does. Those residents are asking, when is it going to happen that their streets are going to be paved? There should have been some money on the county side set aside as we were recouping some of those funds in order for these residents to get some of their roads paved. Because if we take, obviously they're in the city now, but should have been some funding already existing for paving those sections in the county budget already. They just didn't pave them. Because let's talk about that and how many bad streets. We got a lot of streets that are below in that 30, 40 range or below that came into the city, correct?
Yes, so here's our goal and our strategy. In 2025, starting late 2024, we're going to reevaluate all the roads again, because every 5 years, that's the industry standard, is reevaluate the roads. So we had an evaluation in 2018. So 2023, we would, implement the new evaluation. So in 2024, we're going to reevaluate all our roads and sidewalks, because we noticed that we've been paving roads, well, since I've been here, and prior to that, 2016. And we averaged about 5 miles a year. And prior to the annexation, the city had 107 miles of road. So we might as well say we resurfaced close to about 35% of all of our roads before the annexation. So the new evaluation will incorporate the roads that came into the city as a part of the annexation.
Okay,
and they will get on the list for research.
Mr. Gardner, can you come to the podium? You come to the podium, please. Now, I understand that. Now, the only thing that you did not mention was, well, that means that we're going to take our city budget funding to fix these roads that were in subpar condition when they were annexed into the city. There has to be some discussion in this ongoing situation, because the current residents will suffer with this if we try to use the same budget and then fix the streets that were already in bad condition before they came into the city. So at some point these discussions, and I know they're uncomfortable sometimes with the county, they don't want to talk about it, that these roads that we got in, that they were already in bad condition. Now these residents are saying, pave our street, pave our street. I see y'all are paving because y'all been doing a good job at paving. What about us? Now, what about their money that they were paying to the county that they're not going to have access to if we don't represent them getting those funds that were set aside for paving? Because T-Splosh had funds in it, paving funds that the residents voted on. When those residents voted on T-Splosh, they were in the county. So there is some monies that were set aside in T-Splosh specifically for paving for those residents, but I guess it'd be focused on a percentage of the T-Splosh that they represent in coming into the city.
Councilmember, respectfully, I'm gonna tell you probably no. And the reason why, when you do the T-Splosh, this T-Splosh legislation was approved, you had to enumerate which roads you were going to put in your system as either tier 1 or tier 2. If those roads weren't put in the system by the county, that means that the county had not either one
No,
considered.
with all due respect, sir, they put it in a broad category of paving.
So under the T-Splosh, under Splosh, you could do that. My understanding, having done T-Splosh before, T-Splosh requires you to enumerate your tier 1 projects, all of them, your tier 2 projects, all of them, and a tier 3. Tier 1 is priority. If the Splosh comes in over and above what was estimated, those funds are utilized to then go to your tier 2 projects. Right?
Okay.
But if you never enumerated some street, because guess what? Henry County have so many streets you can't pave them all under a one Splosh. Never will happen, ever. So you have to enumerate, as we did, enumerate those roads that we thought were our top priority based on our ranking. I assume they did the same on the county side.
Right,
I wasn't
and if
here,
they did
but
that,
it wouldn't have covered every single street, every single
but
road.
there may be some that were enumerated.
My understanding in the conversation I've had, and I'll just use 2 roads as an example. Walt Stevens, Jesus, I lived off that road for 15 years. Walt Stevens and Mount Zion Parkway were not on their T-Splosh list, right? They were not.
Wow.
So therefore, when they're now in the city, we have to now find the funding to do those streets, right? Because they weren't originally, when the SPLOS and the T-SPLOS was done, those roads weren't in the city. So now we have to come up with a means of being able to do those streets, and we've got an idea of how to do that, and we'll present that to you, those two streets, because we've been getting a lot of complaints about them. But as it relates to your regular subdivision streets that were brought into the city from the county, 90 times out of 10, those weren't on their T-SPLOS list.
I just want to check that list.
And I will go back again and ask the question, because that question was asked of the county, sir.
If you would go back and scrub that list to see if there were some roads that were graded, because they do pave roads in subdivisions, so.
Yes, and like I said, initially when this came up, we had this conversation before, and I said I would double check with the county manager and her SPLOS team, and it was my understanding that the roads that we were getting the complaints on were not on their list.
I mean, I would like to see West Century Oaks was on the list or not. That's the one we're paving now with our stroke funding that we already had that we're paving this year, right?
I'll go back and check, sir, but that was my understanding, but I'll double check and let you guys know.
If you would, and then I would like to see that in a communication to the council. Is that agreeable?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Blunt, go ahead, please.
Just one quick question before you leave. Because of how the annexation piece came about legislatively, because it did give us this growth spurt, if you will, off of what we had already identified in fundings. Do we now fit some type of criteria with the state or on the federal level for funding because of that?
So our LMEG allotment will be changed, increased based on our population, because it's based on population share. So obviously we've submitted the information to get that new increase. Unfortunately, it won't happen in 2024 because 2024 is already here. We're already applying for 2024 now, and unfortunately, So we don't meet any other type infrastructure funding from the state or federal level because of the type of way that this growth spurt came about for the city? Not that I know of. Most of your infrastructure projects are not road paving. They're usually water, sewer, stormwater, those ones that we've seen. And to try to justify a local street rather than some major arterial road that really directs traffic is probably where that priority would be. It wouldn't be on local streets.
Okay, one other thing real quick.
Go ahead,
Now, okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
My question is in regards to Davis Road and Valley Hill Road. I know both of those portions of Davis Road was in unincorporated, has been newly annexed. Valley Hill Road, the majority of it is now annexed. They are in not so good shape. But yet, there are development proposals coming. Don't believe it's wise for us to approve. I don't believe it's wise for us to approve development projects when we already know there are infrastructure improvements that are needed.
Right.
And Mr. Aaron just said that he won't be reevaluating the conditions of the road until 2024. So when will staff provide these kinds of details to the Planning Commission and to the council prior to us approving any new developments for those specific areas? It is just not wise.
So, yes, ma'am. But however, Georgia law requires that we do not look, because of our population, there are only 3 or 4 communities in the state that can use schools and roads to deny zoning. We're not one of them. So you cannot use road conditions to deny or road capacity to deny zoning. You cannot use school capacity to deny zoning under the Steinberg Act. You cannot do that. We're not one of those qualified communities. We can't use that as a basis.
But the safety of the road, we can't use that?
We would be sued and we would lose.
Even the safety of the roads, even if there are
Right. And here's the reason
bigger
why.
than just potholes.
Right. And here's the reason why. The gist behind that, because I worked as part of the Planning Association Executive Board, I worked on the Steinberg Act. The reason for this is Those owners paid their property taxes to the county to provide for adequate roads, adequate schools. So therefore, you cannot use that as a basis to say why their properties can't be zoned to the highest and best use, right? City of Atlanta, Gwinnett, Cobb, and I think DeKalb counties are the only communities in the state that can use road and schools to deny zoning. Everybody else cannot do that under the law. We cannot say because the road is in a bad condition, we can't give you your zoning. You would
Even
get
when
sued.
we know that
We
there
would get-
are safety concerns.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. We would get sued and we would lose because it's not that property owner's obligation to pave the street and bring it up to standards. It's up to the local government.
Well, then, if the onus is on the city, then we need to look at reevaluating those roads sooner, considering there are developments that are coming, not just for the Valley Hill Road and Davis Road area, this entire downtown area. We need to be looking at all of the roads sooner.
Yes, ma'am.
2024 is not sufficient.
The issue with that is, ma'am, just like it is with the school, and this is the reason why, as our kids were going through school, there were trailers. The way the law is written, you're gonna always be behind on the infrastructure curve in Georgia, right? Always, when it comes to growth. There is no way that we could fund ourselves proactively towards development. I mean, there's a way we can, but however, because we spend so much of our resources fixing those roads that have aged and are damaged, it's hard to then put money towards area that you see as growth areas to be able to do that. I will tell you the one state that's got it right has been Texas. They do that. I mean, you literally see a 4-lane road and there's nothing on it. But that's because they're anticipating growth and their laws allow for them to actually do that. Here in Georgia, we don't. That's why you see trailers at school when capacity goes up, because the school funding is predicated on data from years before. Same way with roads. You just can't, the way we fund it is the reason why we lag behind. And there's this city, no city in Georgia, no county in Georgia is gonna catch up when they're in a high growth spurt, not gonna catch up, no way.
I get it, but the majority of those newly annexed residents are in my district. So I can't tell them, oh, I'm sorry, we'll evaluate your road next year, yet we're still approving developments in their area. What I want to be able to share with them is when the city is going to reassess all of the roads so that they can at least have some inkling as to their well-being, their area in which they live is being taken care of. I get the county, they're no longer in the county. They're now in the city. We have a responsibility. We also, just like Councilman Alexander has mentioned, can just go back to the county and make sure that none of those roads that are in
Go
my
on their
district
list.
now
Yes,
were on their list.
yes,
I need to be able to share some good news with them.
yes, ma'am.
Right now, I have no good news to
Understood.
share with them.
Understood.
Thank you,
And
sir.
If we get that good news, we'll share it. If we get the bad news, we'll share it. But we definitely will share the news.
I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Let me just say this: I'm not gonna let the county off the hook. They're not, and I don't like to hear. And I know you probably phrased that the wrong way. When they annex into the city, they do not leave the county. They don't move to Clayton County all of a sudden. Their budget is $230 million. Our budget is $24 million. We have zero millage. All of the money for these roads are going to the county. We can't pay for the road. Let me say this again. They still have a vote for commissioner. They still do. And the people around here need to wake up and understand. When you vote for commissioner and you want your road done, no matter who you vote for, that person has to spend money in the city. You have a vote. And you cannot continue to elect people who don't spend money and say, oh, that's in the city. When $200 million are going to them and $20 million are coming to us to divide up. You do not, when you annex into the city, you do not leave the county. You do not lose your vote. And it's incumbent upon you to call upon whoever is elected to spend money in the city for your vote.
All right, if there are no other comments, you made your presentation, so council, I'm looking for a motion to approve this invitation to bid.
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, from Mr. Alexander and Mr. Blunt. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. All opposed? Sustain?
Mayor Ford, I'm going to abstain. I believe that this is to approve an award of a contract, and the contract was not provided to the council.
Okay, motion passed 301. Council, if you don't mind, let's see here. I have 8:30 actually on the dot. I'd like to ask for a 10-minute recess because the next subject is going to take some time and we may be here a while. So if you don't mind, 10-minute recess, we get back at 8:40. Is that all right with you all? Is that good? All right. Appreciate it. We're back. Stretch a little bit because you may need it. Okay.
Write that down, Clayton. Put that in the article.
make sure that clerk calls Facebook for this other part of the meeting. I hear that she has to back the pause. Why? I don't know.
She could have kept them going. Okay. 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 Hey, council, we need to reconvene the meeting. I would imagine that our meeting is still going forward with video taping. Madam Clerk, we still on? Still live? Yes, we are live. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to convene. Council discussion, the city finances presented by Mr. Gardner and Mr. Wiggins and Mr. Wall, please. All right, gentlemen, are you turned on?
Good evening, Mayor,
There-
Council.
There you go. Good deal. Good evening.
Hold on. All right, tonight I'm here to kind of talk about our city financial as it relates to some of the side topics we've had tonight regarding growth and the annexation and the impacts thereof, and how it's looking to affect our fiscal year 24, FY 24 budget. Come on. So yes, so we've had annexation in the city. We brought in about 6,700 new people into the city. Two key areas and landmass, two areas that we know are going to get impacted, and we've had some of this discussion tonight. It's going to be how public works relate to this and how our police service relate to this. I'm going to talk a little bit about how it's impacting our fiscal year 24 budget. Talk about the imposition of potential millage rate and what that millage rate looks like across the board and across different properties around the city, and then discuss with you guys the next steps in the process. Why can't I? So we all know January 1, we brought 67 new residents into the city. To give you a good idea of what that looked like, that's about 90 or 80, more than 80% of the city of Hampton as we know it, that came into the city of Stockbridge, January 1, right? When we factor that across, we've got about 1,900 units approved or going through development process in the city of Stockbridge. What that looks like when we talk about population, right? Average household size, about 3.2 residents per household. You times that by the number of units, you come up with about 5,500 new residents coming from these proposed development, right? That's going to be impacting the city's population over time. What we estimate that population to look like is going to be somewhere between 42 to 45,000 people, all right? We still have developments that are coming before the city as we speak, all right? So from a public works standpoint, you've heard some of this. We estimated we brought in about 91 miles of roads, right-of-ways. About 43 miles of sidewalks were annexed into the city. And as the Public Works Director said, stormwater was part of that process as well. So what does that mean? We're now, as we just discussed, having to look at how do we provide for resurfacing of these roads, right-of-way maintenance of these roads, restriping of these roads, right? Most of us live in subdivisions that were built in the 1990s, started in through zoning process and development review process in the mid-90s. That's when Henry County's population spiked, right? From 1995 to where we are today, all right? Those roads are now coming up on 30 years old. That's why we're hearing some of those complaints. Those right-of-ways, those infrastructure are aging, and now they're under our responsibility, all right? Our job is to make sure that we are making improvements around our signalizations, street lights, street signs, as well as how we're making sidewalk maintenance in some of these developments. And some of them were zoned without sidewalks back in the day. I want to talk a little bit about the police service. That's the other one that's going to be impacted, right? We initially approved our police department at 52 officers. As Chief Trimmer presented to you guys back in 2021, right? That we have 51, and I think he gave you a range, and we came in between the bottom and the mid on the range of officers that he needed to patrol a city of 28,000 people per the census. The census, the United States Census, is always an undercount of your population. It's never an accurate count of your population, it's an undercount. So if the census say you're 28, you're probably 29, 30. Because a portion of your population is not going to fill out the form regardless of how many times you send it to them. And speaking for someone who's run 2 census campaigns, all right? And so with that, we reach out for some grant fundings to get additional officers through our grant, but eventually we still have to pay for those officers. They're partly free, but they also have to be paid for over time. We've acquired 8 of those positions have been filled to date, right? The police department estimates we need between 66 and 82 officers to keep up with the demand and be able to provide the services that we're currently providing to our new population and the population we're expecting to see come over the next few years. So how are they doing that evaluation, right? One of them is looking at calls per service. So in 2021, Henry County was doing our policing. We had about 24,000, just under 25,000 calls a year. We saw an increase with our blended police between Henry County and us starting July 1 of last year, and that total is right around 28,000, just under 25. This year, we are seeing a spike and projected that our call for service is going to top 38,000. And the answer, people say, why? You have a more visible police department, hence you will get more calls because you are more visible. People assume that you will respond. All right? I had a resident tell me, I see them all the time now. All right? And if I see an issue, I'm going to call. One of the things we talked about at a recent town hall meeting with our residents, if you see something, say something. Right? Because the time that you don't is the time when something will happen. So if you see something that looks funny, call. All right? I did that myself recently. I was at a restaurant. 2 guys looked real suspicious. The way they were moving around the restaurant, and then one of them was sitting in his car doing absolutely nothing. All right? I called Chief Tramer. It was about 10 o'clock at night. I didn't get him. I pulled over a police officer and said to him, hey man, I got a suspicious car. Here's the make, model, and color. I need for you guys to probably watch these guys. With stuff that we know going on, I just feel that they're acting real suspicious. So I saw something and I said something. All right? That's what we ask our residents to do. So when we talk about our police department and where they are, right? And we looked at comparable cities, comparable number of officers, call for services, and police officers per residence, right? As you can tell, we're about 36,000 people. Right now, we're operating at 62 officers, as compared to some of our surrounding metro cities. Based on their population, their call for service, our call for service is going to push as high as close to City of Statesboro this year. All right. So when we look at that comparison and narrow it even further and look at some of our surrounding communities based on population, based on call, and the citizens police ratio, right? And we look at what they're looking at their budgets for their police departments versus ours, and how they're funding their police department versus ours, you see that all of those communities have at least a 6.5 up to an 8 mil property tax to offset their police services costs. Ours is still very low, right? At 8.2 projected for this year compared to some of our surrounding communities. So when we look at that, and how is that affecting our upcoming fiscal year budget? Right? This chart gives you a list of options that we at the staff level, department head, worked on at our recent retreat and came up with some options on looking at what's our fiscal year 24 budget looking like, 26.7. We're still in the process of obviously evaluating that number, so there's a chance that number will go down some, but we're given that number because that's where we are as a snapshot, right? When we look at our general fund revenues, we're projected at 19.9, and that does include us getting the funding for the loss from Henry County. Option 1 is with loss, but is with no transfer. When you see general fund revenue at 19.9, that's no transfers from our reserve. That's just straight revenue to expenses. You're 26.7 to 19.9, or 20 if you rounded it up. All right, so we're about 6.8 million short. Option 2 implies that the current millage that's being charged as part of the police service district is 1.904 mils. All right, if you don't roll that back, but you roll it over and the city takes over that, you're looking at projected revenue of 3.4 million. When you add that to your 19, your deficit is now 3.3 million, right, at the 1.094 mils. Option 3 implies that if you look at a mill of 3.77, right, that brings in a revenue of 6.7, your deficit is now down to about 54,000. Option 4 looks at a millage rate of 4 mils, a flat 4 mil raise, that brings in 7.2 million. That brings your revenues at 27.2 to your expenses of 26.7, gives you just under 500,000 of excess revenue. Right. Option 5 is 4.2 mils. That brings you 7.6. That gives you just under $1 million revenues to expenses. And option 6 is right around 10 million, gives you offset of $4 million revenues to expenses. How does that look when we put those millage rate towards the average homes or group of homes in the city, right? Well, before I get there, next we'll talk about, we have been moving money to cover our police department, for the most part, from our reserves. And I'm gonna let Ed Wall talk a little bit about that. And I know we've had this discussion at our last retreat with council, and I think previous meetings that Ed has spoke about this and the impacts on reserve. Ed?
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. So if you all could, in this chart, which,
Question.
yes, sir,
Before you leave the podium, Mr. Gardner.
Mr. Gardner.
And before we get into this particular section here, okay, where were the ARPA funds? Are we getting to that at some point where the ARPA funds are going to be?
So you utilize your ARPA funds to purchase your police equipment, right? To build up your facility. You added that to that. That was a one-time funding. Mm-hmm. You're looking at FY24 budget, next year's budget.
Right, but we
right?
had,
That doesn't have any more ARPA funds. We've allotted our ARPA funds as required by law. We've spent our ARPA funds on the police department. We've done that, right? That was a one-time shot. Excellent move. We were right at time to see that happen, to use those funds to offset using other funds. But now you're looking at operations. The day-to-day operational costs of running your police department is what you see before you. And there's no ARPA funds for that right now. And until we get, and unless there's some other funds coming on the road under a new program, we're done with ARPA funds.
So we don't have, there's no ARPA funds at all at this point. We spent them all.
Sir. That money has been allotted, been spent. That was a one-time shot for all governments. We've utilized our.
I'm a little confused by that because I thought we had talked about extending. That was going to be spread out over time, and the money could be spent until such and such a date. So you're telling me we've had to advance that already?
Yes, you spent your ARPA funds. Okay. Your ARPA funds had criterias that you can spend it on. Mm-hmm. As it relates to your police costs, you've already expended those funds already. You still have some water and sewer that you have left, and a little bit around economic development, and we'll talk a little bit about that at the next meeting.
As far as corrections are concerned, I thought they had opened up the categories and pretty much made it free flint at this point.
We have applied for all the ARPA funds that we can get under the current allotment. We're done with that. That's put ARPA in the rearview mirror like CARES Act money. They're now in the rearview mirror. Yes, ma'am.
And one other question real quick before I move on to the next. Now, I do understand that state law was changed, whereas cities and and county governments, I guess, were able to set up nonprofit organizations on behalf of the police department to actually take donations or from the public to support public safety.
So yes, your police chief is already engaged in that activity. So we founded a police foundation that can get those monies. But please remember, there's no amount of donations that's gonna cover your
I understand
your
that.
police
I just
costs.
want to make sure we're putting.
And there is not enough money to cover the majority of your operation is not gonna come from donations. It's just, that's not happened anywhere.
Certainly, but I want
yes.
to make sure that we're getting every penny out there that's possible that's for us, because in the end, there are significant dollars to support law enforcement. So every dollar that we get is a dollar that citizens don't have to pay or we don't have to come up with. So certainly,
And that is correct. And this department, along with our grants, have been diligent, as you guys know, in grabbing as much of those monies as we can. We actually qualified and got the funding from the federal governments for those additional 10 officers, right? We've done that. We've gotten additional funding around the police department. We've done that. We will continue to go after monies when the next COPS grants come out. We're going to be applying for those as well to offset. But you cannot budget based on the potential that you're going to get when you know that those operational costs are actual, right? If we get them, we offset. But we budget on what we propose is actually going to happen. And until we get those grants, the fiscally prudent thing for us to do is to make sure we budget for 100% of those costs. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make sure that we were clear. ARPA funds were not all spent on public safety.
No.
We
The
used
portion-
ARPA funding for public works projects
Right.
as well. I just want to make it clear.
There were criterias that you can spend it on, and we spent what we could on police under that criteria.
Okay, I just want to make it clear that all of our ARPA funding was not spent
No.
on public safety.
No, it was
I want
not.
to make sure
No.
that this whole presentation is not to make it appear as though all of our funding has been going to public safety.
No.
Is this presentation to cover the entire operations of the city, including the operations of this amphitheater? I see there's nothing on this slide for the appropriation of fund.
So we're not getting in the weeds, and that's obviously going to come when we get to our budget meeting in August about how we can fund that. However, remember, we set aside monies, we borrowed monies, and we had some SPLOST monies that we put towards the Cultural Arts Center. But there's still a $20 million gap between what was put and what requires to build what council wants to build, right? We've borrowed already for that project, right? So the key for us is looking at that prudently, you know, where do we get $20 million to continue that project, right? We've gone to the feds, and the feds have said, no, they're not funding that. I think the majority of council was at that meeting. Those meetings, plural, regarding our congressmen and our 2 senators. We were specifically told we couldn't get any fundings for those through appropriation. What got through appropriation is currently under consideration in appropriations has been our water and sewer project and the pedestrian bridge for Highway 138 over Norfolk Southern.
Right, in the
Right?
youth rec center. Question.
They did, no, that was not included. Remember, they said we had to make adjustments to that to make that happen.
Well, no, my understanding was as long as it was not a entertainment venue, as long as it wasn't a performing arts,
We
they
submitted,
would be, unless you got,
so we submitted those projects to Senator Warnock, to Senator Ossoff, and to Congressman Scott, right? And all of those projects, they pick, if I'm not mistaken, 2 of our projects that went through appropriations based on what they know will
Okay.
potentially get funded. And that's what he told us. They were not going to put a wish list project at that time through appropriations. That's what he told us. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay? So those projects that we gave them the list, the 2 strongest ones that they saw could get through appropriations was the water and sewer project and the bridge project, because you have a pedestrian issue and it's a safety issue, and that's why that went. Those ended up in the AJC recently. I don't know if you guys saw that. For all those projects that were being funded, asked for funding from our local legislators at the Senate and the Congress, those were in the AJC recently. So they're still in the appropriations, right? But so I don't know. So I answered your question. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, stand by. Mr.
I
Thomas.
just want clarification before you move further. You mentioned a shortfall for the cultural. You said 20.
Yes, sir.
Is it 20 or is it 10?
20. Y'all remember when we came before you guys there, and I brought this to your attention when I first got here, was we appropriated about 14 million, where the goal that it would be 18 million, and we would find that $2 million over a couple of budget cycles. When I got here, that cost ballooned, and I showed you guys, and we gave each one of you guys the options as to what we thought was feasible and what you wanted to pick. We did that exercise. And what came out of that exercise initially was we would go with the 24 million option, and then that changed, and you said, no, if we're gonna build it, and we're gonna build it the way we want it, we voted to move forward with the $34 million price tag Performing and Cultural Arts Center.
I thought it was 30 million. I didn't think it was 34.
It was 34, sir. I can go back, and the city clerk can provide the documentation that that's what was presented, and that's what we went with. But the key is, even if it was $4 million short, it's still a huge gap to try to make up for a project, period. Right? Because the only way you said you want to do it is to fund it through SPLOST. If you do that, and our allotment is going to be somewhere around $30 million in the next SPLOST, you just spent 90% of your SPLOST on one thing when...
That ain't 90%. Now. That's 20%, and there's 10 million left over, right?
Right. And so when you talk about wanting to pave roads, fix intersections, fix water sewer infrastructures, fix aging buildings, what is the priority? Right? What's the priority? That's something we're going to have to discuss at a later date when we now get into the SPLOST discussions coming up in November, right? We're going to we're going to look at broad categories, facilities, roads, and whatever else we need, and say, okay, how do we want to allot what's going to be estimated, right, in those categories? Are we going to put all our eggs in this one category and go with that? And if the voters approve it, then we move forward. Or are we going to look and prudently look at how we continue the one we just talked the discussion, pave and fix those roads and sidewalks in those communities that we just got that we keep getting calls on, right? How are we going to do that? And what that's going to amount to once we start looking at those estimated costs, right? You still have some deferred maintenance on some of the buildings that you have now that still have to be addressed, right? Are we going to do that? Are we going to put money to then any new facilities that we want to get built? Because there's two of those on the wish list. There's the Performing Arts and there's also the Recreation Center, right? And if we can continue to find and go after whatever funding we can to continue to whittle down that deficit, then we do that. And we are looking at that, right? But we also have to ask ourselves and to be prudent, right? Is these things the right things at this time for us to be looking at funding? And that's a conversation we need to have at a later date, because the goal was not to get into all of that at this meeting, but that's a discussion we're gonna have to have, right? As I told my staff at the beginning, I get it. I'm asking you to present your needs, but I also know that somebody's gonna put some wants in there, and our goal is to whittle down the wants to the needs, right? And that's how we're gonna have to look at those. What's our need? What's the highest and best use? What's gonna get the most use, bang for the buck for the residents, period. But that discussion gonna happen at a later date. So no, we didn't go down into the line item to look at that issue. So when you see before you here is this operational costs, and remember, I'm gonna show you something in the next slide coming up that is gonna kind of look at addressing that, but I'm gonna let Ed talk a little bit about the
Thank you, sir. And Councilwoman Barber, the 26 million that's in this presentation, that's just operations of the general fund. Capital is handled in SPLOST, T-SPLOST. That's not part of this presentation. This is just a general operating account. The slide before you now is showing a 4-year history of your general fund. Remember when we've talked for years, you had a really big general fund balance. And so if you look at the first column, 2019, you had a fund balance of 18 million. That year you added it actually to it. It ended at 19,240,000. Notice the percent of your annual budget was 218%. So you had 2 times your annual budget. And that was much larger than the average. You all made a conscious decision you would draw that down over time. It was way too much, that you didn't need to have that much. So the next year, 2020, you can see we drew down about 2 million of it, and it's down to 191% of your annual budget, or 22 months of reserves. In 21, you can see we fell to 16 million, and that was 18 months, 151% or 18 months. And then in 22, unaudited results is it's fallen to $12 million. That's 66% of the budget, or 8 months. Now, if I go back a slide, you can see the operating budget for 24 is 26 million. So 12 million on 26 million is a little bit less than 50%. So that's about 6 months of reserves. And so if you'll look at this slide, if you don't have any property taxes at all, you'll spend another 6 million of that $12 million balance. Staff and me as your financial advisor don't want you to do that. We would like you to not spend any more fund balance. Why is that? Well, so your fund balance exists as savings to help you carry the budget when you have low revenue months. And so some cities and counties and school boards that do not have a big fund balance, they have to issue something called tax anticipation notes. They call them TANs. You have to go to the bank, you have to borrow money, and it's like going to your credit card and borrowing money to pay the mortgage and the Georgia Power bill, and then when you get caught up, maybe you get a bonus, and then you pay that off. Governments use tax anticipation notes for cash flow. It's costly. As the Federal Reserve raised rates last year, a TAN now, Fulton County, I just did $200 million TAN for Fulton County. The interest rate was 3.8%, and they have a AA credit rating. And so you would like to avoid having to do tax anticipation notes if you can. And so if you can have a fund balance of about 6 months, which is what you have now, you can avoid having to do a tax anticipation note. If you levy the 1.904 mills, you're still going to spend $3 million of fund balance. And remember, this revenue item, the 19 million, it has in it the extra money that we're getting from local option sales tax because of the property that we annexed. These property tax revenue numbers include the annexed area. So your 1 mil of property tax went from $1,200,000 per 1 mil to $1,800,000 per 1 mil because of the annexed area. And so option number 3 is...
Hold on right there. See, this is where I want to make it extremely clear to the public. The 1.904 mills is already being paid. They pay that now.
Yes, sir.
There's not that and I want you to make that clear to them, is that the 1.904 is already being paid. Now, since we have moved forward with our own police services, we'll need to recoup that money, collect that money on our own. They've been paying it to the county. So basically, that money would be taken off the county account and it would be moved to the city. So that's not, that 1.09 is not a new tax. That's correct, right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right, thank you.
And so at 3.77 mills, you'll only spend $54,000 of fund balance. And remember, this is a 24 budget. So, I mean, we're doing the best we can to estimate what it is. And so even though that shows it negative 54, that's about a balanced budget at 3.77 mills. And then 4 mills would actually help you add about $500,000 to your fund balance.
And again, real quick, while we're talking about this is the 2024 budget. The council took a bold move and transferred funding from that reserve, as you indicated, to cover 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So in essence, we're talking about a future budget for the year 2024. Our budget runs with the calendar year, correct? So we're talking about next year. We're not talking about what would happen on this particular year. We're talking about what would happen next year,
So
24.
we're talking about levying the property tax this summer. This summer, and the residents would pay it December 20th, but that covers your 24 fiscal year.
Right. That's what we have multiple proposals to pick from, which is option number 2, which is as well, which does not include a property tax. It includes 1.09 and collecting what's already being paid to the county. Is that correct?
Yes, but as you know, that still
I
doesn't.
understand that.
doesn't
I just
cover
want to
you.
make sure that that's one of the options. We certainly.
Well, and that's why it's portrayed here as option number 2.
Right. I
That is-
understand right now where we are. There's a lot of residents that have been shell shocked by the county assessment, and any mention of anything to that kind of it perks out. It's all up to understand that until the county decides what they're going to do, which certainly they need to roll back that. They need to roll back at the school board level and at the county level, because the assessments that the public has received, I've never heard that much talk or chatter about people suffering, and people are suffering out there right now. So certainly I want us to be very cognizant of that, the fact that we understand these residents have been paying all of their taxes to Henry County for the past decade or more. I'd be interested to know when the last time the city had any type of tax at all, because what has really happened is this city has been able to be run. We haven't. Everybody else in the world has been adding an additional raising millage. We haven't had any taxes in this city in decades. So we've been very fiscally responsible with not assessing our residents any tax. Where everybody else is going up on tax, we haven't taxed you at all, right?
Correct. However, sir,
Certainly.
we audit the police department that literally added millions of dollars to your general fund expenditure that cannot be covered by your sales tax alone.
Certainly, and I understand that. I just want residents to understand
And yes,
where they've been for the past 20 years, is that when they look at that
Longer.
assessment that they just got, because I hear people say stuff like, oh, they built that amphitheater, that's why the taxes are going up. We haven't charged you any taxes for the amphitheater. We built the amphitheater. The amphitheater has nothing to do with the tax assessment that you just received from the county, because the city does not charge you a millage for our facility. So let's put that to rest to everybody out there tuning in. The assessment that you just got is 100% to Henry County. Stockbridge does not have a property tax at this time. And no, us building the amphitheater did not have anything to do with the county sending you the assessment that they just did. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor.
I think, yeah, go ahead, Ms. Gant.
Thank you. First, I want to apologize. I just got off a plane. I was in federal court in New York all day on a trial. So I got off the plane and I headed here. And I've been watching and listening, and I'm glad I made it to this point. And I haven't had an opportunity to speak, but I heard you talk about the Art Center. I beg to differ. I think my statement in regards to the Art Center is that we want the best, so we need to hold, in my opinion, hold off until we can afford it, right? In so many words. Hold off until we can afford it. Whether it's 35 million, 30 million, hopefully the prices go down. At that time, construction was extremely expensive. I can see it trickling a little bit. It may not go back down to where it used to be, but let's be reasonable and within reason. And there's no way I would ever agree. It would be totally irresponsible of anyone on this council to agree to build one building, an art center, although I love the arts, for 35 million, and then have 10 million left for stormwater, 10 million left for our infrastructure, for our roads, when people are in dire need. There is no way, as we continue to grow with more townhomes and apartment complexes and more subdivisions, there is no way. That's number one. Number two, this is not a surprise. We have been stating this over and over again. I've spoken with Councilman Blunt and myself have discussed and talked about this right before we had added a police department. No one had denied that we would have to levy a tax. That at that point in time, we discussed, I believe it was like 3.5 mils. If I'm wrong, you guys can let me know I'm wrong. We are not here to continue to go in our fund balance. For years, I've been on this council since 2014. We have had a healthy fund balance. And yes, no, just because you have a healthy fund balance doesn't mean that you should always, hold all of that money, right? There are things we're supposed to do. We are supposed to do splash projects. We are supposed to spend money on things to help improve the quality of life for our constituents. And that's exactly what we did. But there is also a halt. And 25%, as we've always stated, is just too low. We can't afford that risk. Yes, it is a rollback. We get a rollback from the county. We do. So it balances out. But we also look at other responsibilities. Yes, Councilman Alexander is correct. It has nothing to do with the amphitheater. We paid for that as a SPLOST project. That's our capital project. It's a totally separate fund. And any constituent or anybody who wants and has a question and needs to ask us in regards to the difference between lost and transportation tax and what we spend on that, we have different revenues. We have different revenues to spend certain funds, but we still need to be financially responsible. Our constituents elected us to be financially responsible. I challenge us to be financially responsible. I can't imagine if our police budget is $8 million, and I'm thinking that's way high, and then I look at a chart and it shows that ours is low, what it's going to take to get us to the level where everyone else is based off of that population, if needed? We said this was coming. I'm not going to say I told you so. I'm going to tell you I told you so. And we told you so over and over and over again, whether it was in debate forums, whether it was during the campaign and everybody wanted to politic, or whatever the case may be, we told you so. I'm not going to sugarcoat it to the constituents. I'm not going to hide it. There is a need, and it's unfortunate. I hate that. I've stated it over and over again. Nothing against the police department. But once we get a police department, our responsibilities in regards to property taxes, we have to have one. We have to levy it. And we'll still be in the hole if we do the 1.904 mil. We'll still be in the hole. We can't afford that. We don't need to be in the hole. We have to do what's right, even if it hurts, even if we have to take responsibility for it. And that's it.
Mayor,
I would like to respond.
I just wanted to point out, Mayor, the
Stand by,
chart.
please. Go ahead, Ed. Go
Yes,
ahead.
sir. Mayor, the chart, if y'all would see it, I just wanted you to see the millage rates of the other cities that have police departments, like Griffin's is 6.2 mils, Duluth is 6.5, Dalton's 8 mils, Douglasville is 7 mils. You're at 0. And then Shamley is 6.25. I could give you more of them. College Park's 13, Hateville 16.5, Decatur's 20. Here in your community, your millage rate will be a small percentage of a resident's tax bill. The school board's 23.6 mils.
I know.
They got 20 mils plus a bond millage rate. The county levies 8.5 mils for general operations. The county is 8.699 mils for general operations. 1.904 for police, 1.211 for fire, 0.601 for recreation, 0.318 for the unincorporated code enforcement. And so you can see your millage rate, whatever y'all decide, is going to be a small percentage of the overall taxpayer's bill. I apologize to you, Mr. Alexander, and you.
No, actually, thank you, Ed. Mr. Blunt, go ahead, please.
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Walls. One of the things I have been saying, because we have a police department now.
Exactly.
But Mr. Walls, you came to us prior to that decision being made. And you explained to this council what it would take not to start a police department, but you talked to us about sustainability for a police department. You talked to us then about the decisions that was going to be made to implement a police department. And one of the things that you told us that resonated, that you knew, our city attorney at the time knew, our city manager, Mr. Knight, knew, our finance treasurer knew, is that a tax, and you clearly told us, when you start this police department, a tax is going to have to be implemented to sustain it. I asked you, Mr. Knighting, and I asked our treasurer to do a budget analysis for me from 2019 to 2024. And when you all did that, it was on point because by 2024, our budget doubled. It doubled. To have a police department, to sustain it right now, when I came on this council, our budget was around $12 million. And it costs almost that much to sustain a police department.
8 million now.
And what's gonna happen, those numbers don't go down, they normally go up.
Yes, because of inflation.
And what happens is that since we started a police department, I think that what we should have done is got the citizens involved on what we was gonna have to do to sustain a police department. Because when a police department was voted on for $3 million to start it, the first time Councilwoman Gatton and I knew about it was at the council meeting that it was gonna happen. And so what I'm waiting to see throughout this whole process, I wanna see the people that got us into this continue to make the votes to carry us through this. That's what I wanna see. So thank you for giving me that information, knowing that in order for us to have this police department, you told us before it was started that a tax would have to be levied on the citizens. And that message didn't make it to the citizens.
Ms. Alexander, go ahead, please.
Let me just say this again. I will go to my grave and I will make that vote 1,000,000 times more. I would never change it. It was the right decision then, it's the right decision now. It takes courage to be up here, and you got to make bold decisions in order to protect the city. It was the right decision to make. All of the people, all of the departments that you mentioned, the cities that you mentioned on there, they have their own police department, don't they?
Yes, sir.
There's a reason that they have their own police department, because public safety is the top priority for everybody. The coverage that we were receiving from the county was not sufficient. The city was becoming less safe over time. And we've been able to make that decision. And again, I'd make that decision. I would not change a thing. Now, it is a false narrative to say that that information did not get to the citizens. Mr. Blunt, you told the citizens that 50 times, 100 times, at every time we talked about it, every meeting. Ms. Gant did the same thing. You did it on social media, next door. You told them at every opportunity. You went on TV, told them that. When Mr. Tom Jones came out here, you told him the same thing, that the city would have to possibly implement a tax. We're at that crossroads where we have to make a decision right now. But there are options on there where we might not have to do a tax. Now, whether we choose that option or not is up to this council. We could take $3 million out of the fund balance and not implement a tax. We certainly have that option. Whether we choose to do that or not is totally up to this council on what we choose to do. Because again, the county and the requisite is 25% fund balance. We're significantly over 25%. But in the end, again, what are you saying? Are you saying that we shouldn't have a police department now? I'm never going to say that. I would never say that we made the wrong decision in not having a police department. We made the right decision, because if we did not make that decision at that time, we would not have Chief Tramer. We would not have 50+ officers on our streets here today. I will go to my grave standing by that decision, and I would make the same vote today and every other time, because this city is safer because of the vote that we made.
Stand by, please. Mr. Gant, Ms. Gant.
Thank you. All right. In rebuttal to that, Councilman Alexander, I beg to differ. I think that the Henry County Police Department did a great job, and I don't think crime was increasing. In fact, the data showed all the time that the crime, actually the last report, that the crime had reduced. And the reporting time was pretty much the same as we're getting reports now. No one is saying that we are against the police department. We've said that from day one. This is not political. I'm not here campaigning. I'm not up here for re-election. What we're saying and what I'm saying and what I've always said is I'm not against the police department, but I am against, at this point in time, because of where our economy is, our constituents being taxed. But that happened, and it spoiled milk. Now we can't afford not to implement a tax. We cannot afford to do that. It would be financially irresponsible of us. You know it, and I know it. Unfortunately, and I applaud our police department every chance I get, and I tell the story of how I didn't want a police department. I talked to the chief and told him why. I don't sugarcoat it. I haven't hid it, and you can find it on any social media that I've written about it and stated it. You are absolutely correct. But still, we are having to have a tax. There's no need to debate it and apologize at this point. It is what it is. Let's be realistic and let's vote. Let's decide what that meal is going to be. That's where we are today. And no, I'm sorry, we're not willing to take another $3 million out of fund balance. We need to save at this point. We've spent a lot of money quickly and growing. I don't know what the proposed budget for our police department is for next year. I have no clue. I'm totally not against the police department. And our Henry County Police Department did a fine job too. One of the things some cities said is, boy, I remember Mayor Billy Copeland saying that to me one time. Stockbridge did one of the smartest things, and if I could take back anything, it would be that McDonough had their own police department. Now, that's spoiled milk. We are here. We have a police department. What we're talking about is, what is that millage rate going to be? The community is in an uproar. I'm in an uproar. We all are. Our county taxes have increased tremendously. Every single person in here has a bill that has skyrocketed. When asked what that bill and why has it increased because of the school tax. Not because of the county, not because of the Henry County schools. And so we need to ask Henry County Schools, the Board of Education, why we have this tax increase on that. But that has nothing to do with the city and our spending and what we have to do. Yes, we get a rollback. So hopefully our constituents understand part of the county taxes that you pay, you were paying police services for Henry County Police Services. That money will now be rolled back, and so we will be levying a tax on the police services, which means there's a deduction from that side, meaning the county should lower it a little bit. But that doesn't mean that we are in the clear. Once again, 4 meals gets us in the clear. 3.5 is it, or 3 meals gets us
3.77.
3.77 has us spending about $54,000 out of our fund balance. Now, these are accurate numbers, and the reason why they're accurate, this was discussed a couple of years ago, and here we are now. At that time when it was discussed, it was said it's not going to happen. It's not true. Oh no, the police budget is not going to be that much. All of those things were said. You can go play the tapes. And here we are. And so we need to stop debating. This is not political. This is not, politics, we're fighting. No. It's time to decide what this mill is going to be, because we have to have this in by when? June or July?
July. And as I go through the slides, I'll give you that chronological on the step-by-step of how, if that was to happen, what all needs to happen. I haven't finished with the presentation yet.
Okay, so once we make that decision, this has to go ahead and get in. So we have to go ahead and vote for this. We have to decide, are we going to be financially responsible, or are we going to do this to shy away because we're worried about we won't get reelected again? That's what we really need to decide. No, that's not a point of order. That's the truth.
Hold on. He has a point of order, but
It's the truth.
But
You can't say that up
okay.
here.
let's do this. Mr. Gardner, my understanding is, I know I'm sure you're gonna cover this. It's a discussion, and you go through the process, but before we even take a vote, I believe some type of public hearings and things, or town halls, informational sessions we have to go through before we make a vote. So we're not voting on this tonight. This is an information only for discussion, is what I thought. And that's part of that process that you're gonna cover further on into this briefing and presentation. Okay, stand by, please. Ms. Banner, you done with your comment?
I am.
Okay, Mr. Blunt.
I just want to say this. One of the things that I talk about process. I talked about this process of the police. We have a police department now. The ball has been rolling. And the greatest thing that we could ever do on this dais is to vote to support this police department and vote to fund it in a way that it keeps our officers in this city safe. We can't change it now. We can't stop how it became about. We can only move forward. I agree with that totally. But as Mr. Alexander did say, I wanted us to let the citizens know what was going to happen when this police department came online. And the reason John Blunt kept saying so many times it's going to have to be a tax is because it was told to me by everybody that knew, our financial advisor, our city manager at the time, and our treasurer, that we can't do it without one. And the reason I said it so much, because it was contrary to what was being said on what I was saying. I'm saying we're going to have a tax. And you got other elected bodies saying, no tax. No tax. Even as a few weeks ago on the TV, on the news, there's no tax. And we talk about transparency. I'm talking about transparency. I'm not saying we didn't need a police department. I'm just talking about the process where we went. If we talk about, we can go ahead and talk about this and talk about that, if we're going to inform the citizens, let them know the decisions we're making have the implications behind it, the sustainability, what's going to need it behind it, and nobody's in the blind. I got people right now saying, hey, you guys getting down, there's no tax, you all got to police. No. We're going to have to implement a tax to sustain this police department. And it's nothing contrary than what was already told to us. I'm not saying, I'm never going to say I was against the police department when we had our retreats. That was one of the things we wanted to do. But we didn't know that 3 council members were going to sit here and pay $3 million to start it without us getting together and saying, hey, how do we need to go about doing it? That was the process. So informing the citizens and this city coming together and moving about it the right way. But now we're here now, and this is what we have. We have it right now at a time where I know my taxes are going up. We just implemented up in the monies for public works or services. I'm just saying if it's got to be paid, and if it's going to be paid at a time we implement anything, whereas the police, it's just letting the citizens know. We don't put the cart before the horse, and I believe we did that in this instance. But now we need to make whatever decisions we need to make to not only put our city back in the financial, give it more financial strength, but also to support this police department the way it needs to be supported.
Mr. Anderson, you got it next. Can we make it short so we can move on with presentation?
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem has had
Oh, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead, Mayor Pro
My
Tem.
hand has been raised.
I didn't see your hand, Mayor Pro Tem.
well,
Go ahead, please.
Perhaps you need to look on this end.
Mayor Pro Tem, I didn't
Instead
see
of
your hand.
looking
Go
straight
ahead
ahead.
with your comment,
I'm trying to be
please.
as respectful as I possibly can, but I see you are not being respectful. But
You're wrong.
nonetheless,
You're absolutely wrong, but go ahead.
nonetheless, I'll make my
Nonetheless, you're right.
comment.
Go ahead. Make your comment, please.
So I wanted to mention about bonding. Mr. Wall, when he came here last year, when we discussed the plans for how we would fund the police department, and let us not forget the $7 million that was needed to complete the construction of the amphitheater because of the cost overruns. When I came here, I inherited a lot of bad decisions by this council. All the cost overruns from the amphitheater. We were already in the hole, $7 million. this council approved, well, myself and 2 other council members approved a $25 million bond. Is that correct, Mr. Wall?
Yes, ma'am.
You walked us through several scenarios, one in which $7 million to complete the construction of the amphitheater, $3 million for the startup of the police department, $1 million to fund the master trail plan, and the other $14 million for the construction of the Cultural Arts Center.
Yes, ma'am.
We know that we can't move forward with the Cultural Arts Center right now. Okay. As it pertains to this police department, even the plan that you brought to us, we only considered the population of residents that were in the city at that time. It did not include the newly annexed residents as of this year.
That's right.
Okay, so can we start from that point? Because I believe here in this budget, you showed Stockbridge Police Department with this population of 35,000. 35,000 includes those newly annexed residents as of January 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so does this police annual budget, this $8 million. It includes the newly annexed residents as of January 2023, correct?
That includes
Okay,
adding some
when we originally bonded the $3 million, we did not take into account any increase in population. So let's start there. Let's be real transparent about what we're doing here. Because what I'm not going to be accused of is being fiscally irresponsible and lying to the people. I have told every resident that I've spoken with, you're already paying a tax for public safety. That tax is being paid to the county. Now that the city has started its own police department, you will continue to pay for public safety. Those funds will now just be directed to the city to fund the police department. Of course, we have blown through our fund balance. You got this amphitheater with no funding source. It's draining. It's draining our fund balance, but y'all don't want to talk about that. So we'll just stick with this narrative of the police department is what's draining our fund balance. I hope that when we do have our mid-year budget review, that you include all of the financials surrounding the operations of this amphitheater. Be transparent about that, as well as this police department and all of the operation costs associated with it. That's all.
Ms. Alexander, please.
Let me applaud Mayor Pro Tem on her breakdown of 6,700 extra citizens were actually not considered during that time. And obviously that funding, that's what has put an extra burden on the police department. That's the crunch that we're in right now. Because what we decided to do was to start the police department with what we had. But, you know, like I said, I would make that vote again 100 times. Why did those residents vote to come into the city? One of the main selling points were we have our own police department, right? That was one of the main things that we were able to tell them at the town halls when they were considering how they were going to vote, is that we had our own police services and our own police protection for the city. I will disagree with the assessment of the amphitheater, however, and I think, Mr. Gardner, you could kind of back that up, because the percentage that the amphitheater actually represents the budget is not a significant portion of the budget. It's not. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying it's not a significant portion of the budget. You start with the police department. You will go to the public works. You will go to other departments as well, where the amphitheater is not that state. Also, when we planned the amphitheater, hold on a second, I want to interrupt you, and I congratulated you. Now, let's talk about the planning for the actual amphitheater itself. Part of the plan was, Mr. Wall will be able to tell you, is that we had civic projects in the SPLOST budget where we were able to pay for a significant portion of the bond. So what we really did was when we decided the payment plan for the amphitheater, we basically anticipated that we would have that money being paid back through SPLOST. So the overruns that you're talking about are actually those overruns were actually being covered by the SPLOST revenue that we had coming in, because we had projected how much we were going to spend on the particular facility. Of course, we went through one of the slowest periods of economic collapse in the country, where we had the pandemic hit us at that particular time. But there was a brilliant article that was written during that time in the AJC that said, where did this facility come from when everybody was shut down? We had the construction costs of the amphitheater. When people were looking for projects and it was being constructed, the amphitheater was one of the only games in town where everybody else could not move forward. We were moving forward, and we didn't stop the progress. And I want to just say that because in the end, 3 new restaurants are in downtown Stockbridge now because we built that facility. And I don't want to get dissuaded in saying that I certainly don't believe that the police department is blowing up our budget. As you said, we add 6,700 new citizens. But I want to keep it in perspective and say, what you have that right there in front of you, Mr. Gardner, is that it's not the amphitheater that's draining the budget. There's certainly a lot of things going on in terms of the overall cost. And every time we have the public works or come before us, we decided to give everybody $15 an hour because we know that the cost of living in this city, in this county, was actually increasing. We made sure that our employees were properly paid, that they could survive and live in this county. So we made some really good decisions. And in the end, our fund balance now is higher than most cities in the state of Georgia. Is that not correct, Mr. Long? Isn't that correct?
So it used to be higher than most anybody. Now it's about average.
It's about average, right?
Yes.
But it's still in good position, right?
6 months is great. Yes.
Is that 6? But it hasn't really. When you say it was higher than average, because the budget was a lot lower. When I got on this council, the budget was $8 million. So the budget has increased. The $8 million. The police department does not represent the $16 million in its totality. The city has been growing with a growth surge, with so many residents moving in, and the city growing. So let's say again, when I joined the council, our first budget was like $8.6 million. We're at 24 going to 26. Now you're saying that worst case scenario, the police department might represent $7 or $8 million of that, what we have on here in these projections.
So 8.2 of 26.
So we went from 8 to 26. So if you add the police department budget at $8 million, that still leaves, the city's growing. $10 million, that leaves a $10 million growth in other areas, correct?
Yes, sir. So the police budget is 32% of your budget.
Right, because we certainly understand that. And then again, as you say, at the 1.09, even if we did decide to implement option number 2, which left us in a position where we had a $54,000, 1.09 of that is already being paid. So in essence, we would be implementing maybe, let's say 1.87, maybe, and I want to do the math.
1.866.
1.866, because the residents are already paying 1.904 already. So in essence, we would be it would not be a 3.7 mil increase. It would only be a 1.866 mil increase if we decide to do that.
Yes.
So I don't want to get caught up into this. I told you it was going to be this. We are where we are. We made the correct decision in what we are doing in order to make this city safe. And I want to make sure that we keep it in perspective, because our shining star out there is driving economic development in the city, which is the amphitheater. So what percentage of the budget does the amphitheater represent, Mr. Gardner?
I don't know.
I'm sure you've been working on that calculation while we've been talking. So.
I can't see the mouse on this thing. So when you look at this chart, this kind of give you an idea. So covered in that 16% is all of your debt service. So remember, you're still paying for City Hall. That's still on your debt.
And we owe
And
more on
you're-
City Hall than we do on Amphitheater, right?
And I don't know
So
what
the
that
amphitheater is
was.
1 million a year.
Yeah.
City
And
Hall,
so-
I think, City Hall's about $1.2 million.
Yeah,
Right.
1.2.
And then the bonds for the Cultural Arts Center and the $3 million for the police equipment is like $1.5 million.
So 16% is going to all your debt service that covers all of those.
Right, but the amphitheater represents a
So
fraction of that debt service.
It's probably around 3%, 5%.
So out of 100% budget, the amphitheater represents 3% of that particular budget. Public safety 32, general fund government 31, public works 21%. Yeah, we're talking about that's why I say we skipping over that. We always talk about public safety and the amphitheater, but we don't talk about public work. And Mr. Aaron, I'm not beating you up. That's what sustains the city. That's the infrastructure. But those are the budgetary items that where the money is going. We can't focus so much on 3% of the budget. We should be focusing on the 97%. And that's my argument. Yes, we want to make sure that we're fiscally sound with the amphitheater, but the amphitheater is doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. It's driving economic development with Frozen Smokes open, Barbecue open, Green Front open, Angie's Cafe is open. Several other new businesses are coming down here. So it's just like what Cobb County did when they invested $400 million in the Braves Stadium and it generated $1 billion in economic development. It's not going to be direct proportionately. It's going to be our downtown filling up and the rest of the city surrounding it. So that was my point. I'm done.
Thank you, Mayor.
Stand by, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Thomas, go ahead.
Mr. Walls, I'll be short.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say, Councilman Alexander, I'm going to agree with your comprehensive outlook of where we are here in the city. But Mr. Walls, I want to thank you for always being honest and truthful and bringing us the facts and the truth. And I believe in the facts and the truth, and we just have to deal with that. But I grew up here in the city of Stockbridge, and I remember when the city of Stockbridge had a police department. Of course, the city was much smaller. But we are responsible for creating a quality of life. Municipal governments are always at a challenge. You go across this country, police departments, municipalities, there are always challenges. But it's up to the elected body and staff to be able to work that. But everything we do, and I must say, we have improved the quality of life in the city of Stockbridge. I think creating the police department was the right thing to do. Annexing in those citizens was the right thing to do. Excuse me. Building the amphitheater was the right thing to do. And hopefully the path that we lay forward to make sure that we maintain and manage the city will be the right steps to do. But I don't think we can go back. I don't think we can hold back. And when it comes to the county, they're gonna levy what they levy anyway. That's the county, that's what they do. And it has we have no responsibility to what they do. Henry County is one of the highest county tax anyway. But my whole summation is, I think we're doing a great job here in the city of Stockbridge. I think we have increased the desire for citizens and businesses that wants to come to the city of Stockbridge. And it is a reason why for that. And I think this is what we hang our hat on. Yes, we have these challenges, but it's up to all of us to work through, rather than slinging mud and who voted for the police department and who did this and who did that. This is what municipal government is about. This is what elected officials are about. You're going to always have a disagreement. You know, there's some items where we have consensus, but for the most part, you don't. And I agree that the amphitheater has spurred on a lot when you hear the conversations. And when we get to the point with the cultural arts, it's going to do the very same. It's going to be an economic driver. But yes, we have to get to that point. But I'm not disappointed. I'm not sorry about anything that we have done thus far in this city, because I've seen where we come from. And I think it's positive. And when you go out there and talk to the people, they understand too. And people understand in order to have public safety, it's going to cost. When we had the issue with all of the cars break-ins, folk was really upset about that. But they understand that because we had the Stockbridge Police Department, that they felt a little better because we had that. Now, I'm not going to say too much about when Henry County was serving the city of Stockbridge, and there were some issues. And all of us here know that there were some issues about the increase in funding that they desired coming from the commissioners. Those are facts. So we almost didn't have a choice if we wanted to elevate public safety in the city of Stockbridge. And as we see what's going on across this country, at some point we had to make this move here, to be proactively making this move for public safety in the city of Stockbridge. We should not have waited till something just happened and then forced us to do it. But trust me, and I believe that we're going to catch up. And the other fact is, and I want the city clerk or the city manager to do this research and tell me when the city had a city tax. Here we are in 2023. We still do not have a city tax.
1977 was the last year y'all had a tax.
1977. Okay.
You're welcome.
Okay, because I've been asking the question and didn't nobody know.
The reason why is, if you remember, in 1978, the legislature passed the local option sales tax, the LOST. Henry County implemented it, and you could roll back all your taxes when you got the new sales tax.
Right, and I think we've done well. To be in this position here in 2023, I think the city have done well, even going back to the past elected officials. To this day, right here in 2023, I think the city of Stockbridge has done well.
For 45 years, you haven't had a property tax.
I'm just saying we have done well. And the response that we get from everyone. I was with someone from Peachtree City just the other night, and they talk, oh, y'all are doing such a great job. I may move to Stockbridge. And this is the comment that we get all the time. So I'm just saying, I do not feel bad about anything and where we are going. I think we're doing a great job. We just have to buckle down and be a little bit more about doing the work. See, that's the reason I was a little upset about folks that, well, I don't read the contract, but I'm gonna leave that one alone. But I just want to say that we're doing pretty good in the city of Stockbridge. And we really thank you for bringing us the facts and the figure. And don't never shy away from the truth and the facts. We appreciate you giving that. And we appreciate the due diligence of our staff, in the trenches working. But I feel good about our city. I really do.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
On that note there, Fred and all, Ed, let's go forward with the rest of the presentation, please.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Just shoot through it.
All righty, so when we look at the current, we're looking at examples of housing prices throughout the city, ranging from 100,000 to 375. Obviously, we know that when you do a property tax, you're not taxed on 100% of your housing, you're taxed on 40% of that value. So the assessed value is 40% of the appraised value. So currently, when we talk about the 1.904, a home and it's valued, assessed at, excuse me, thank you, sir. That's valued at $100,000 and assessed at $40,000 is paying $76 in property tax annually. A home at 175 is paying about $133 annually. Average home price in Stockbridge is somewhere between 150 and 175. They're paying around $172 to $209 annually. And a home at the high end, which is at 375, pays about $285 annually in property tax. And then you can see across the millage rates what that means if those millage rates was imposed, what it would do for homes at those various prices, right? And remember, and at the bottom of that chart, you see where McDonough has a 3.00 mil, Hampton has a 4.5 mil, and Henry County, if you're in the city, is at 10.55. That's minus the 1.09. So what does that typical house type look like? So that house that's valued at 100, that's what it looks like. If you look at the 4 mills, at the 9 mills, they're paying $76 or $3.36 a month. If you look at a 4 mil, they're paying $160 or $13 a month. A home at 220 is currently paying $136 a year, $14.28 per month. At 4, we're paying $360.
Hold on right there real quick. I just want to keep saying this as we say it again. It's the difference between, it's not the whole thing. It's the difference between 1.09 and the destination, right? Because the 1.09 of that amount is already being paid now. 1.904 is already being paid now.
That is correct.
So let's work on the difference.
It's annualized, right? If you had to pay it, you're not going to be paying with the difference. You're paying the total,
Right.
The annualized total or the monthly total, and that's the reason why we did it this way rather than the other way. But you are correct. A home that's valued at 275, currently under the 109, paying 209, about $17 a month, 209 a year. At 4 would be paying 440 or $36 a month. 440 a year. A home at 375 at 09 is paying 85-60 a year, or 2380 a month. At 4 would be paying 600 a year or $50 a month.
Yeah,
So when you look at your,
Stand by, Mr. Gardner. Mr. Blunt, go ahead, please.
These values are off the tax assessment values.
that is correct.
Is there a percentage taken off for it or added to it, but just strictly tax assessment value?
Say again?
Just strictly tax assessment values?
Yes, because that's where your taxes come from. So they appraise your home, and the appraised value is different from your market value.
Right.
Right? So they appraise your home, and then based on that appraisal, 40% of that value is what's taxed. So that's what's reflected in the previous slide. Right? That assessed value is 40% of your appraised value.
So
And the
when you
millage rate is
show-
applied to that.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, unless you're doing it for, so when you showed the home for 375, that's tax assessment, not appraised value.
That is
That's
the
what we're
tax
dealing with,
assessed,
so
the 370, the 375 is the tax assessed, Henry County tax assessor, appraised value. But remember, you're only being taxed on 40% of that.
Right.
Yeah. And so when you talk about the taxing entity, so for every dollar, if you break down a dollar that you pay in taxes, right around 60% of that goes to Henry County School Board. About 20 cents on that dollar goes to Henry County. If you did a 4 mil, 10 cents of that dollar would go to the city if you did that. And right now, about 5 cents on a dollar goes to the Water Authority as related to the 2 mills of taxes that you pay to the Henry County Water Authority, which goes away in 2025 or 2026, is my understanding. So that's the distribution of your taxes, of your tax dollar to all the taxing entities in Henry County if the city imposes a property tax.
Mayor Ford.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
I want to ask about homestead exemption, just real brief. As a homeowner, do you have to reapply, or is it automatic enrollment for homestead exemption?
It's automatic enrollment as long as you keep that house as your principal house and you put it as your principal house and you apply, it's in perpetuity as long as you stay in your house.
Thank you.
Apply for it originally.
Yeah, so you'll have to apply for it originally, but once you do, it's in perpetuity. And you guys just saw this slide as it relates to if you take a dollar and how that dollar is spent per each of your departments, that's how it goes. So next step, right? There is a request that we have to do. And according to the tax assessors, we have to advertise a millage rate. That millage rate does not have to be the millage rate that's adopted, right? So I will give an example. The city of Hampton imposed a property tax last year. They advertised 10 mills, or 10.5, or something like that. They only adopted a mill rate of 4.5. That was adopted. The reasoning behind the higher number is because if you go to, for instance, a 1.904 and your expenses come out higher, you can't, once you advertise that 1.904, you cannot go above it. You could only go below it. So that's why Hampton did what they did, and they worked their way down through their public hearing process and what their budgetary needs would be, and they adopted that millage rate. All right? So
Okay, I'm sorry, I want to make sure I'm getting this right. So you can only set that one time, you can't go back and revisit it?
once you set your millage rate and the tax assessor advertised a millage rate, that becomes your ceiling.
Right, so you can't say, okay, I'll set
can't go
one
above
rate
it.
and then go back. and
So
then-
if you work your budget and you say, hey, Mr. Gardner, we want to build a skyscraper for the city, and we're going to bond finance and the debt services, this in your budget rise, and it rise above what you set that mill, you can't go back and reset that millage rate. So it's your ceiling. That's for the one-time implication you're doing for your millage.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
The reason I'm saying is that if it's for that one-time budget cycle, you going to correct me if I'm wrong. Why would you go higher when we've been told that if we go up to a certain amount anyway, that 4 mills would suffice? If we go up to 5 mills, that would definitely suffice. And if it's for that one cycle, why would we advertise 6 mills?
And I'll address that right here. So in this chart, if you go to 6 mills, and I think everyone has mentioned being fiscally prudent as a terminology, that 6 mills of tax would bring you right in about 10.9 million. If you apply that 10.9 million into the 9.9 that we rejected revenues, that brings you at a total revenue of 30.8. When you subtract your expenses, that gives you a $4 million of reserve after that. And this is just your city manager's professional opinion, that is high. We don't need to be at that number in terms of adopted rate. Now, if that's the wish of council, then council does that. I would not recommend it.
But if that's not recommended, if that's not the rate we really know what to do, why would we advertise? I don't get
So-
advertising that rate.
So if I could say a little bit about it. So the money that we're collecting on this cycle, it has to last you to December of '24. So even though we're collecting it December of '23, it's for January 24 to December 24. So suppose at the time we advertise, and we advertise at 6 mills, and you come back and set it at this 4 mills or 3.77, that's good to go. But during that time period, suppose the Federal Reserve raised rates, or we invade Iraq again. And so if you hadn't advertised the 6, you won't have the option to go any higher than whatever you advertise. And so the advertisement's just to give you a cushion in case something happens in the world and you have to have a higher rate. Otherwise, you have to re-advertise it again. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
It's some strategies what it amounts to, I guess.
Oh, no, though. Mm-mm.
That's the way I kind of look at it. All right.
So that's what needs to be done, and we need to have a vote to advertise that millage rate. And we do advise, I think in the slide, that we recommend that you authorize us to get the tax assessors, Mr. Michael Harris, to advertise the 6 mil, even though we know we're not probably going to adopt that millage rate because we don't need that high of a millage rate to cover what we see as our expenses. And so what would happen after that, obviously, is we would go through advertising for our public hearing in July, and I'll give more in depth in a couple of slides.
One other question before, I'm sorry. Now, so we don't know what the county is going to do, and these residents are up under a lot of pressure right now. Is it necessary, is it mandatory that we make the decision before they make their decision? Or could we make our decision after they make the decision?
No, sir. So we have a time period. We are all on the clock in Henry County to advertise at whatever millage rate we're going to do. Whether Henry County does a rollback, stay as they are, or somewhere in between, that has no bearing on the city of doing its due diligence because they're two separate budgets for two different entities.
But it ain't two separate budgets for the homeowners. See,
well-
they got to pay this. So they need to understand what they're up against, and certainly it's going to weigh on my decision on what I do, because if they hit what they got in their assessment, we're going to have to make some adjustments.
We have no control over Henry County. Obviously, their budget is going to be set by what it
Well,
takes
I
to
mean,
run their
personally,
government.
we don't have control over what they do, but as a private citizen, we certainly do. And as a private citizen, I plan on exercising my freedom of speech as a resident, because I'm a county resident too. So that ain't being political up here. It's just what it is. But the fact of the matter is, if they get hit with that full assessment from the school board and the county. Now, the school board, we understand that's where most of the money is coming from, but the county can cut just a little bit too. If we got a lot from the school board and a little bit from the county, it will help out all of these residents, and it will make our decision easier on what we do. But based on what we're not knowing that X on what they got to pay, I need that information before I make my decision.
So when I get to the next slide, you're going to see what's required by the Henry County tax assessors that we move upon to make sure that we are in timing to adopt a millage, if we adopt a millage.
Right, they're going to adopt their millage they should adopt their millage relatively shortly, right?
I don't know when the county is adopting a millage, sir. I couldn't tell you.
Every year
I
they
don't know.
adopt it in
I know they're
June.
required to either keep it the same, right? And if they had an increase, Georgia law, one of the few in the country, requires that that's an increase, requires you to advertise it.
Right.
So they have to go through that process. What that end process won't be, we won't know until July. We cannot wait till July to do our due diligence, because at that point, we will have to wait till next year. So we have to act within this time period to make sure that we're doing it. They're doing the same thing. Their process is no different than ours. Their dates of adoption will be the same, be different, but the month is probably going to be the same. They're going to adopt a millage in July. If we adopt a millage, we have to do it in July to give the tax assessors his due diligence to be able to make
Well, in that case, I would like to do it if it's the day after what they do, so I have that information.
I don't know what their dates are, sir. I can
But
find
certainly
out.
we can find out what those dates are. So
If you allow me, I'll go to the next slide. It kind of lays out some dates, the dates that we got based on our current meeting schedules. So that'll kind of give you a better idea. Real quick to present this, and I know a few of the council members had mentioned about homestead exemption, and so yes, we can impose a homestead exemption. What that's going to take is, come January of next year, we'll decide, hey, we want to impose a homestead exemption for our residents, right? You would adopt that resolution or ordinance or resolution or ordinance. That ordinance will then go and give our local legislators, we will lobby them to take to both the House and the Senate has to approve it, right? It has to be approved by both houses, both chambers of the House, to allow for the Stockbridge residents to have to vote on a referendum on homestead exemption, and that will happen in November of 2024. That will take effect in 2025. That's the process that's laid out by law. So, yes, sir.
So how does that affect, or what's the relationship with the county's homestead and the city's homestead?
In addition to. So right now, as a homeowner, you get about $57,000 in homestead exemption from Henry County. I forgot what the number is for the school board. The water authority does not give you anything. I don't know. Hey, you still have that slide? I don't know if that has the homestead exemption on it, but I know for a fact that doing the research, we get about $57,000 from Henry County that's applied. So that obviously lowers what you pay in overall taxes, because what it does is it lowers your appraised value. So it's minus from your appraised value, and then you pay a property tax as a homeowner. So part of what our analysis is going to be when council decides, when we have this discussion in October or November, do we want to impose, is we need to determine how much of what's the percentage of our are homes that are actually owner occupied, right? Which percentage of our homes currently have exemptions, right? And I'll use the mayor as an example, right? So the mayor gets that 57, but I think he also gets his military exemption as well. As a veteran, he does not pay, he gets a further reduction in his property taxes based on his service to the country. So you have all of those that you have to take into account, and then you apply that against what it's going to take for you to run your operations in the next previous year, to whether or not you need to adjust your millage rate either up or down to compensate, because once you do that, it lowers what you collect because you exempt X amount for payments. So that's the analysis you have to go through, and we'll do that next year to determine what that number would be.
Mayor,
You go right ahead, please.
this is actually, and it probably doesn't even pertain to this, but I just thought about this, and I wanted mayor and council to be aware. Is everyone aware that, well, now we have our police department, our police is actually housed in our police department, but prior to the police department, the library, and the Henry County Tax and Tag Office is owned by the city of Stockbridge. We built those, and that the employees of the county are housed in it. Are y'all aware of that? I just want to make sure that everyone is, there are some new people or people I think that I was talking to and hadn't discovered that. But those buildings belong to us. We actually built those buildings. So there's always been some type of relationship in the past with the county and working out certain things. And I just want you guys to remember that. Those are buildings that are owned by the city that the city spent money and paid for and built years ago. And I was shocked at the price tag on the cost of building it. You can look it up on Q Public if you like. Those buildings are owned by the city and are ran by the county, just so you know.
Yes, ma'am. And under SDS, there's an agreement that allow for them to do that with some caveats that they do for the city as well. So on here you have what's the schedule in terms of the 5 steps. Obviously, oh my God, let me see this. My apologies. Excuse me, Madam City Clerk. Is it? Yes. Madam City Clerk. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have it here. I can't read it from here. I'm sorry. I can't read it. Yeah, I can't read it on this.
Let me,
That one there. Can you read here?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ed. All right. So we're there. So step 1, June 31st through June 26th, Mr. Harris need to know the millage rate that we will be advertising at a certain date. Again, it must be the number or higher, but whatever lower than the amount that the board will set, the city council will set. Once the tax assessor has got those systems in place, they'll create that 5-year tax history that needs to be advertised. They're going to be able to do that and be able to determine, all of the properties that we have in the city, what that overall value is. Right now, we have an estimate that is supposed to be at around $1.8 billion is what our digest is going to work out to, but they'll have that 5-year history. The next step in the process is on June 27th, we'll send an ad to the paper advertising the 3 public hearings that we're required by state law to have to adopt a millage rate, right? And that'll also be done in reference with the 5-year history of taxes in the city of Stockbridge, right? And there has to be a couple of separate ads that's going to be sent to enumerize those dates. The public hearing dates that we're currently looking at right now in terms of the 3 public hearings is to have one on our regular scheduled meeting, 2 on our regular scheduled meeting, the first meeting in July 10th, at one at 9 a.m. in the morning, the other one at 6 p.m. our regular scheduled time on July 10th. The third meeting, July 25th, And on that meeting, obviously, we'll have a public hearing and then adopt the millage rate on that date. That's pretty much the schedules and the running of the ads that are required by law to make this process happen. And so that concludes my presentation to you guys, and I'll take any questions you may have. I know we've had ongoing as we've been discussing. There's been questions going, but that's the process. So the ask is to have Michael Harris advertise the 6. We will be able to refine our operating costs a little bit more. I see that number moving slightly down from the 3.7, but we had to do a snapshot at this time as to where we are in order to give you guys an idea of what needs to happen. And with that will obviously come a recommended millage rate to go at, and then that decision will obviously be the city council as to what that millage rate you will adopt, but we will give you a recommended millage rate based on what we see our expenses looking like through the month of June, and working with the department heads. And obviously, we're scheduled to have our budget retreat with you guys in August where we go more in depth into the budget and refine it, but at least we'll know, hey, this is our millage rate, this is what we're expecting to have in that year, and then work a little bit more around that. But that's the process in hand. Wanted to get you that, give you this presentation because obviously we have to be able to move forward. So the ask tonight is obviously that we advertise the 6 mills, and then obviously, as you know, based on the numbers I've given you, what it would take for us to break even, what it would take for us to do above and beyond break even is lower than the projected 6 mills. So, but it's just that placeholder, like we said, if we advertise here, we don't have to adopt it, but if we ever have to, we can move to that level. We just can't set it at a lower level and then hope to God that we have to move up. As Mr. Wall said, you can't do that. We can't do that under the law. And that's the reason why Hampton did it the way they did. They advertised 10, but they didn't adopt 10. They adopted 4.5 to cover their expenses.
I got a quick question.
Yeah, you got a question? Go ahead, Mr. Blunt.
Mr. Gardner, real quick, was these calculations done after the projections of the new numbers for lost revenue?
Yes. So yes. As you remember, we were supposed to give this presentation last month.
And so you made the adjustments?
Yes,
so you can do
so that
okay, gotcha.
19.9, and we mentioned that the 19.9 includes the projected revenue for 2024 based on the new collection that we're supposed to get.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
And the key to that is 2025, that number incrementally goes up, which reduces what we were going to be relying on property tax. So whatever you said here, based on that number and what the budget comes out, you'd either be reducing that, either holding fast or rolling it back moving forward.
All right, Council, great. I appreciate the presentation, Mr. Gardner. Any other questions for Mr. Gardner, Council?
So they need they need a vote tonight, or is that what?
Yes, so we'd like to at least get council to give us the authority to have Michael Harris do the 6 mil and then work on the 5-year projection.
All right.
Let me just say this real quick. This is a very sensitive subject, and you know things could get just really haywire with misinformation out there. I'm not opposed to the 3.77, which is a 1.866 difference, but I'm not for advertising the 6.
Once again, I'm going to
I heard what you said, but I'm not, because in the end, it's
Mr.
like-
Wall is going to speak to that again. The goal is not to adopt a 6 mil.
Ms.
I
Wall,
know,
could you
I
come
was-
forward,
The
please?
goal
certainly
is that
understand
you
that.
want to have to be prudent. And once again, this is up to council, how council votes on it, but that's the recommended that we were given to just do that. We understand that it's going to come in below that number. That's why we also incorporated giving you the example that our sister city just did last year, right, through the process and the reason why, the methodology as to why it was done. And Mr. Wall, you can speak to that again.
So if you advertise 3.77 and something happens in the world and you need to go a little bit higher, you can't. You have to start over the whole 3 public hearings, the whole advertisement, and you can't go past when the Henry County Tax Commissioner, Mr. Harris, sends out the tax bills. And so we would like you to advertise a little bit higher than what we expect you to approve, just so you have the option if something bad happens.
Part of strategy here, I guess, in the sense that you're looking for.
Right.
And professional opinion and strategy here. That's what I'm thinking, okay. Other comments from the council? All right, then, if no other comments, I need a motion for them to go to 6, to advertise at 6.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we approve to advertise for 6 mil. We send it to our tax commissioner to be able to advertise at 6 mil.
Okay,
We understand, knowing that we understand that 6 mil would not be where we are. We know that. So, but I agree. I think that the strategy within itself, just like anything else, when you do SPLOST and you have broad topics, you say, okay, this is for infrastructure, this is for parks. You don't really pinpoint something specific. We're doing the same thing here. There's no difference. And it's going to be word of mouth. It's going to be the council member saying, hey, yes, it's advertised at 6 mil, but it won't be 6 mil. And that's all. We just have to tell people it won't be 6 mil. We have Because We Care as a source who can put out on his page, and everybody else can put out on their pages and can talk, and we can have our PIO officers do it. We can let everyone know that, yes, we advertise like that. That's normal and standard, but that is not the intent of this council. So having said that, I'm going to repeat my motion. I move that we advertise for 6 mil.
Okay, is there a second to the motion? Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Mr. Blunt, second the motion. Okay. All in favor of the motion, please. All for the motion, please indicate.
Further discussion.
Why? Okay, go ahead. I don't know why we need it, but go ahead.
Mr. Wall, come back up here, please. Mr. Gardner, you already there. So now the anticipation is that 3.77 should be sufficient, correct?
That's what I would recommend.
That's what you recommend, right? So
4 mils.
I'm not saying that I'm opposed to what's going on. I'm opposed to 6. Let's say we went 4.5 higher just to have a little margin in there. But with this day and age, with misinformation out there, what goes crazy is I can post it. I certainly will post the information here, whatever that number is going to be. But there are going to be people shouting louder and loud and loud. 6. They're going to do 6. They're going to hit you with 6. They're going to hit you with 6. Going to be on every institution battling 6 people right here. I say, even if we're going to do it, we don't have to do 6 because what? It would take a pandemic to get us to 6.
Yes,
It would
sir.
take a catastrophe to get all the way to 6, right?
It would, sir. Yes, sir.
So I'm saying I don't want to hit catastrophe number out there because that number is going to be calculated and people are going to be like, if they set 6%, it's going to be $1,000 on your house.
So
That's what we're going to get.
Do you remember back when SPLOST first came out, we used to have to estimate a higher amount so it would run the whole 5 or 6 years? So that's what this concept is designed to do. I would love for y'all to be unanimous. And so, Mr. Gardner, are you okay with 4.5 or 5 instead of 6?
I just want to make sure that we're prudent and recognizing based on our chart, right, that 3.77 still have you going into reserves, right? The goal, once again, is not to adopt the advertised millage rate. It's a placeholder for us, and that's all it is. If you use a lower placeholder and your expenses start to exceed that placeholder, you're stuck, right? You're going back into reserve, right? That's what we don't want to do. So if it's the wish of council and 4.5 is that number, 4.5 is that number.
Right. Well, 4.5 gives us what? It gives us cushion, right? In case the expenses are a little bit higher. And then obviously you can't prepare for another COVID situation. That would be
4.2.
4.2 put you down.
So the chart y'all have before us, the 4.215 mils added 800,000 to the reserves. So 4.5 would give us $1 million cushion. If inflation hit 8 or 9%, or you had a big lawsuit and you had to settle it and insurance didn't pay, if you had a flood and it wiped out some of your wells and your pumps and you had to fix that. So that 4.5 mils will give you $1 million cushion.
What would 5 give us? What was 5?
So the chart shows 6 mils was a $4 million cushion, so 5 would probably be 2 million.
All right.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
we're talking about what ifs, and it's for aesthetics. And to be honest with you, we already said we are not going to tax at 6 mil. We know that. We are not going to tax at 5 mils. We know that. But strategically, we should. These are experts. These are people. I mean, we're following along with what other cities do as well. We're not reinventing the wheel here. If 6 mil is the advice, I mean, look at Hampton. They did 10. They didn't get slaughtered.
Yes,
they
they
didn't get
did.
slaughtered because guess what happened? They didn't vote for 10. They voted for 4.5. And you're going to always have people. Since when have we been shocked at people coming in complaining? Nobody wants to be taxed. We know that. Nobody wants to be taxed. Let's be realistic about it. We have to do it. So the 3 again, if we're doing 3.7 or whatever we end up doing, that's what we do. However, right now, it would be wise for us to have that cushion just a safety net. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Councilwoman Gant.
So stand by, please. Make sure she's done. Hold on. I know. Hold on a second. Are you done?
I'm done.
You're done?
I'm
Okay.
done.
All right. She's done. Go ahead, Ms. Blunt. Go ahead with your comment.
You got a first and said they either gonna vote on it or they're not gonna vote on it.
Yeah.
You know, just go for the vote and they don't vote for it, so be it. You know, that's just it. I mean, I don't want to, come on.
So y'all get the concept we're trying to get
See,
across.
I just want to ask you to change it down to maybe 4.5. That gives us $1 million cushion if something does happen to go wrong. I don't want to put that big number out there because I know the big number is going to be abused.
Mr. Alexander, I hear you. Then if we're gonna vote for it, we vote for it, or vote it down, we vote it down. It's got a first and a second. If that's what you want to do, then make the motion to do it.
First of all, we still got a motion on the floor.
That's what I'm saying. Is either vote this up or down.
All right.
And if that's what you want to do, make the motion to do it.
Okay, motion been made for 6 and been seconded. So all in favor of the motion, all in favor of that motion, please
You
indicate.
said you wanted to be unanimous, right?
Okay, all in favor of the motion, please indicate. Okay, got 3, all opposed? All opposed? All sustained?
I'm opposed to.
What, you oppose or
I
sustain?
oppose this. I think.
Okay,
I
you
don't
oppose,
agree.
Ms. Barber, you what? You abstain or oppose? I oppose. Okay, it's 3-1-1, motion passed, 6 it is. 3, Ms. Barber sustained, Alexander opposed, everybody else approves, 3-1-1. It passes. Oh, you oppose, excuse me, 3-2, it passes. What? Okay, it's amazing that you voted. All right, so it's 3-2. Motion passed, it's gonna be 6, okay? All right, so let's go back. We got item number 8 that we wanted to put at the end. This deals, once again, council consideration to increase FY 2024 stormwater fees as follows. Base rate, Tier 1, single-family residential from $7.59 to $7.97. Impervious rate, Tier 1, single-family residential from $29.99 to $31.49. Base rate, Tier 2, family residential from $7.59 to $7.97. Impervious rate, Tier 2, single-family residential from $59.98 to $62.98. Base rate non-single family residential, 20,000 square feet from $7.59 to $7.97. Impervious rate non-single family residential, 20,000 square feet from $299.90 to $314.90. The total overall proposed fee increase is from $307.49 to $322.87, or 4.76%. I would imagine that would be an increase there. Mr. Aaron, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. On the screen, you'll see a comparison between the City of Stockbridge proposed stormwater rates and Henry County stormwater rates. Henry County currently has an RFP out for an analysis and evaluation of their current stormwater rate. But Tier 1 single-family residence makes up the majority of stormwater parcels in the city of Stockbridge. It's for parcels up to 10,000 square feet. The city's new rates, if approved, would be $39.46 per year compared to the Henry County, which is $39.83 per year. And Henry County does not differentiate. All of their residentials are the same, but the city has a residential rate that's for parcels that's greater than 10,000 square feet. The city charges $70.95. Henry County would still charge $39.83. So when it comes to the commercial, which is considered a non-single family residential, based on 20,000 square feet, the city charges $322.87 proposed. Henry County is $166.65. So for every 4,780 square feet of commercial impervious surface, Henry County charges $39.83. For every 5,000 square feet of impervious surface for the city of Stockbridge, that commercial establishment would be charged $61.94. So that's the comparison. Like I say, Henry County currently has an RFP out to update their stormwater fees.
Any questions for Mr. Thank you, Mr. Aaron. Any questions for Mr. Aaron, Council Hall? If there are no questions, need a motion for to accept this increase of stormwater fees.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? From Ms. Gant to, who has a second?
Second.
Mr. Alexander, second that. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. All opposed? You sustain, sir?
I oppose.
You oppose, okay, 4-1, motion passed.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, announcements and upcoming meeting events. Council meetings will be held at City Council Chamber. Noting some board committee meetings will continue to take place by Zoom. Meeting dates and times are subject to change. Please visit the city's website at www.cityofstockbridge.com for meeting invitation link, Facebook page, or contact City Hall offices 770-389-7900 for updates. Main Street Advisory Board meeting is the second Friday of each month at 9 a.m. at the Welcome Center at 130 Martin Luther King Senior Heritage Trail, which is June 9th. City Council meeting the second Monday of each month is 6 o'clock p.m. City Council Chambers, June 12th. Youth Council meeting is 6:30 p.m. second Monday of each month. City Hall, Levi Meeting Room, City Hall on June 12th. The Citywide Development Authority meeting is second Tuesday of each month, 6 p.m. City Hall, Levi Meeting Room, June 13th. Downtown Development Authority meeting third Tuesday of each month, Welcome Center, 130 Martin Luther King Senior Heritage Trail, which would be June 20th. The Youth Council Advisory Committee meeting 6:30 p.m. third Tuesday of each month, Levi Meeting Room, City Hall, June 20th. And the Planning Commission meeting is 6:30 at City Hall Council Chambers, fourth Thursday of each month, which will be June 22nd. The City Council Work Session meeting, special date, which will be Tuesday, June 20th. Special date Tuesday, June 20th at 6 p.m. City Hall Council, June 28th. It's going to be June 28th. Instead of June 20th, it's going to be June 28th. Is that what we're talking about, correct? Okay, all right. And we have a couple of upcoming city events and initiatives. Join us for the annual, we had the Memorial Day March on the 29th, which was yesterday. And so excellent event in that aspect. Started at 9 o'clock and then went to the Memorial Park and back, so worked out well. Actually, we were featured on Channel 2, matter of fact. It was televised, a brief moment, highlighting the actual Memorial March, believe it or not. Join us for a food truck tasting Tuesday, 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. at Clark Community Park, 111 Davis Road, and the next one will be Tuesday, June 6th. Join Councilman Thomas for Don't Trash Stockbridge, centered around education, highlighting the causes and effects of littering and illegal dumping, and more information to follow on this. Honoring veterans with a continued salute all year long. Please send your pictures of veterans to their name, branch, rank, years of service to Councilman Thomas. Sends a salute to honor veterans all year long. Please send pictures to rrawls@cityofstockbridge-ga.gov. Mayor Pro Tem Barber will have a free Zoom class every Saturday, 8 a.m., Monday, beginning May 6th at Gardner Park at East Atlanta Road. And also, Mayor Pro Tem is going to have a blood drive, emergency blood drive, Saturday, June 10th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Amphitheater parking lot with a partnership with Life South. And I'm going to give the State of the City address on Thursday, June 15th, right here at City Hall at 6 p.m. On that note, for my additional
Mayor,
yes.
we having a town hall at Eagles Landing Country Club on the 6th. It's about annexation into the city.
Okay, what time is that now?
It's going to be at 7. I'm sorry, hold on one second. It's going to be at 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, okay. And then my additional comments deal with, of course, obviously, COVID-19 is still among us, so make sure you get vaccinated and boosted and continue to get boosted in this aspect as well. And want to make note that the amphitheater, of course, is not only open for regular concerts at StockbridgeAMP.com. And on June 3rd, Saturday, June 3rd, we'll have Monica and Tank there. Concert, gates open at 6, concert starts at 8. So look at the concert acts coming in for this year, this concert season. And we're extremely pleased. Of course, Amazon is a presenting sponsor for us for the rest of this year as well. And additional sponsors will be coming online. I want to make note that don't recall if you all know this or not, but of course, the public that is, but Southern Crescent Technical College had a graduation at the amphitheater on Tuesday, May 9th, and was very successful. And then this past weekend, with CNC Associates, I guess what's called, and the Georgia National Hispanic Heritage Association have the Hispanic Fest, Salsa Fest, very successful event Sunday on the 28th. And so otherwise, the amphitheater is open for business, for rental, and for different types of activities. And so these activities thus far that I mentioned have been very successful in the community, and it adds into diversity in our community as well. A great event. On that note, Counselor, there's no executive items, so I'm asking for a motion to, we have an executive item? I'm in executive session? Excuse me? We have exec. Okay, well, I need a motion to go into executive session, please, Counsel. I need for real estate, personnel, actions, and legal actions. Oh, I'm sorry. I need.
I make a motion that we go into executive session for personnel, real estate, and litigation.
Okay, is there a second to that? Mr. Blunt, second that. All in favor, please indicate. In case unanimous decision, we'll go into executive session. We'll be back, folks. Okay, Madam Clerk, you set? Okay.
One?
Oh.
Oh, okay. Fifth? Oh, okay.
Acuna for MV.
All right, yeah, we do. A quorum, council, Jesus Christ. Council, I need a motion to end the executive session, please. Okay, okay, from Mr. Blunt to Mr. Alexander, all in favor, please? Okay, got a unanimous decision on that. Council, we actually have no particular items to mention to the public in reference to our executive session at this point. So, council, I need a motion to end our council work session. From Mr. Blunt?
Second.
Mr. Alexander, all right, moving second, all in favor, please indicate. Okay, it's a unanimous decision. Ladies and gentlemen, good night. God bless you all. We'll see you soon.
I did. Yeah, I signed.
I want a question here.